Chapter 746. If the situation is not as I expected, Carthage will still send reinforcements to Sicily, and Prososus will be outnumbered. Then we can send the 7th Legion, or even the 10th Legion under Alexis, to Sicily to strengthen the forces there. The Samni have suffered heavy losses, and their strength is no longer a threat. Alexis will not need to keep too many troops. The Devers looked around and said seriously, now Dionia is at war with 3 other forces. Although we can deal with them, we can't evenly distribute our forces. That will only prolong the war and increase the consumption of our national strength. We should focus our forces on one of them before our opponents show their strength. Only then can we alleviate the current situation and free up our hands to deal with the other enemies. The Devers paused for a moment. Seeing that everyone was deep in thought, he continued, but who should we focus our forces on first? Of course, it can't be Carthage. It is strong and has a vast territory. The war with it will not end in a short period of time. Although the Samni are the weakest of the 3 forces, their homes are also in the mountains. So far, we have been luring them to fight on the plains and try to avoid fighting in the mountains, because that is what they are good at. If we don't destroy their homes, we will not be able to completely conquer them. The current situation requires us to be cautious. For the time being, we should not attack the Samni mountains that we're not familiar with. Finally, Rome. The Devers pointed at the map again. Although Rome is not weak, its forces are mainly concentrated in the northern region of Latin. That is a relatively flat river plain, which is advantageous for us to fight. The coastal areas of Latin are mostly flat beaches, and Rome's navy is not strong, which is advantageous for us to land troops and transport supplies and food. For the past few decades, Rome has been expanding everywhere and has made many enemies with the surrounding forces. This is advantageous for us to unite them and fight against Rome together. After the Devers finished, the ministers of the Ministry of Military Affairs were convinced by him. Helos immediately said, "Your Majesty, after we go back, we will start preparing for the war against Rome." Move fast, Divers reminded. We must take advantage of the fact that Rome has not yet destroyed the Hernici. Their main forces are still in the east. We must gather our army and launch a swift and violent attack to annihilate their scattered forces in the west. We must capture their Latin allies and weaken their power. Finally, we will attack Rome and fight it. I will strive to destroy its forces within half a year and bring Rome and the surrounding Latin states under the kingdom's rule. Sai, you should know that after such a large-scale war, there are more than 100,000 soldiers who need military rewards, especially those who have not come of age for long and have not yet received their fiefs. But now, other than the Downey region, there is no land left in the other regions of the kingdom, so the Latin region. Helos and the others immediately understood what the Devers meant. Whether it was for public or private reasons, this strengthened their determination to support the Devers' decision to lead the army to the north. Your Majesty, your expedition to the Latin region is of great importance. I am afraid that the Senate may not necessarily approve this decision, Felicius reminded. Indeed, the last time the Devers led the army was 10 years ago against the Mashapi-Pachetti coalition army, which laid the foundation for the kingdom of Dionia's final conquest of the entire Apulia region. 10 years had passed, and the senators were probably used to the Devers being in the palace and the Senate. Now that he was the king, he had a noble status, and the senators would be worried if he personally took the risk, and there was also the huge consumption of food. The Devers smiled and said nonchalantly, "So I have to convince you first, and I have a lot of votes in favor." Helos, Felicius, and the others also smiled. In the Senate of Dionia, senators who came from the army made up a large proportion. Next, I will first talk to the 5 rotating presidents. As for the other senators, I think they will not refuse in the end, because once Rome is conquered, they will be provided with a lot of administrative positions. The Devers were very confident in convincing the Senate. At this time, Tormid raised a question. Your Majesty, the Legio III is defending Cautini in Campania. If it is transferred away, what if Cautini enters the Campanian alliance again? Isn't that just right? The Devers replied calmly. Ever since Catini exchanged their soldiers, there's been no movement. If we can lure them out, it will also put us at ease. Moreover, in the current situation, we can't just rely on us to protect the Campanian alliance. It is time for the Campanians to share the burden for us. After discussing the matter of the army's expedition to the north for a while, Helos and the others bid farewell and left. The Ministry of Military Affairs would be unusually busy from now on because they had to mobilize soldiers, assemble the legions, mobilize the fleets, gather the military rations, and so on. A series of complicated matters had to be completed as soon as possible. Ever since Adoris moved out of the king's mansion of the Devers with the reason that he had grown up and could support himself, his room had been empty. However, he moved back in these few days, not because he missed his adoptive parents, but because he was injured. In the Battle of Venosa, he violated the military law. After the battle, the platoon leader reported his performance to the division. The commander of the 2nd Division, Matones, was put in a difficult position after reading the report. He wanted to suppress the matter, but he realized that he might not be able to hide it from the Devers. So he went to see the king and explained the situation. After hearing this, the Devers was very angry and said without hesitation, "I can't ignore the military law just because he is my child. If I let him go, what will the other soldiers think? Will they still strictly follow orders and follow your commands?" In fact, the Devers wanted to use this severe punishment to make Adoris remember that he must listen to orders in battle and work closely with his comrades, instead of just killing enemies and doing risky things. This was also for the sake of his safety. Therefore, Matones had no choice but to announce that according to the military law, Adoris would be punished with the rod. 20 solid strikes of the rod made the skin on Adoris's buttocks split open, and it was difficult for him to even walk. When Christoia heard this, she was heartbroken. Regardless of whether Adoris agreed or not, she forced him to move back to the mansion so that it would be easier to take care of him and treat him. Adoris couldn't dissuade his adoptive mother, so he could only go back to his original place obediently. Thud, 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 come in. Seeing that it was Crotocatax who walked in, Adoris heaved a sigh of relief. He wasn't in a hurry to cover his swollen buttocks with the blanket, and said listlessly, "Clotho, it's you." "Brother, who else do you think it is?" "Edui." Crotocatax smiled slyly. "Nonsense. What do you know?" Adoris glared at him. "I know quite a lot." Crotocatax blinked mischievously. "You and Elder Torlex's daughter, Edui, are together. Mother has already come forward to talk to Torlex and set your marriage with Edui for April, but now it might be delayed until the end of the year. Yesterday, she even specially came to see you. I think she's worried that if you get beaten up, you won't be able to have a child with her. Back then, Agnes' brother wanted to marry the Devers, but Christoia used her connections to set up matchmaking sessions for Adoris. In the end, Adoris took a fancy to Torlex's gentle and beautiful daughter. Torlex used to be the leader of a large tribe in Pachetti, and his family was quite influential in the Pachetti region. After becoming an elder of Dionia, he had been rather low-key. Whether it was for the political purpose of winning over the Pachetti people, or because they hoped to have a virtuous daughter-in-law, the Devers were quite satisfied, so the marriage was quickly set. "Damn you, Clotho." Adoris pressed his hands on the bed and propped himself up. He wanted to teach his brother a lesson, but who knew that he would immediately cover his buttocks and cry out, "Ouch, ouch." "Brother, are you all right?" Crotocatax hurried over and asked with concern. Adoris took the opportunity to grab him and lightly knocked his head twice. He even scolded, "Clotho, you've become bad now. Be careful that I don't tell on you to Mother." "Brother, I'm afraid of you. I'll leave now, all right? But don't expect to hear any good news." With that, Crotocatax walked out. "Wait, Clotho, what good news?" "My dear brother, since I'm injured, tell me quickly, what good news is it?" Seeing Adoris's pleading eyes, Crotocatax returned to his seat and said with a slightly proud expression, "Brother, Father's going to personally lead a huge army consisting of the 1st Legion, 2nd Legion, Legio 3, Legio 4, 5th Legion, Legio 6, and the 1st and 2nd Cavalry Legions to the Latin region to fight against Rome." "Really?" Adoris immediately became excited when he heard that. "Of course it's true. This morning, Father's decision has been approved by the Senate. I believe it won't be long before the army departs. Clodo Catax said with the same excited expression. That's great. Finally, there's a war. Adoris clenched his fist in excitement. Clodo Catax looked at Adoris, who was sitting carefully on the bed with his buttocks in the air. He could not help but remind him, Brother, I'm afraid that when the army departs, your injuries will not be healed yet. Literature Library. Chapter 747. I'll be fine by then. I'm almost fine now. If you don't believe me, look. Adoris stood up and took a few steps to prove that he was telling the truth. Clodo Catax held back his laughter and said, Brother, it's useless to tell me. The key is to get father and mother to agree. Adoris was a little depressed. He knew that his poor performance in the last battle had worried the Devers and Christoia, so he had no choice but to ask his brother for help. Clotho, father and mother love you the most. You have to help me. Ask them to let me join this expedition. Although Clodo Catax was 4 years younger than Adoris and had just reached adulthood, he had been taught by the Devers from time to time for the past 2 years. His political sense was much better than Adoris's. He knew very well that unless Adoris was seriously injured, it was impossible for his father not to bring him to the expedition. Otherwise, it would give some people the wrong impression that Adoris was using his father's influence to deliberately avoid participating in such an important war. This would greatly affect Adoris's future development. But Clodo Catax pretended to be in a difficult position and said, Brother, you know father's temper. Clotho, you have to help me. As long as you can convince father to let me follow the army to Latin, I will do my best to help you in the future. Adoris pleaded. Then, all right, I'll try. Seeing Adoris, who usually liked to lecture him as his big brother, begging him for help, Clodo Catax felt very comfortable. In the inner city of Turin, in a mansion that Sostatus had inherited from his father, Cunigarata, there were more than 20 people gathered in the hall. They were all well-known merchants in the Turin region. At the moment, everyone was excited. Their eyes were eagerly looking at Sostatus, who was sitting in the middle. Someone shouted impatiently, Sostatus, almost everyone is here. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and tell us. What is it that you want to discuss with us? Yes, hurry up and tell us. Is His Majesty going to reward us for donating food for free? Another person shouted. The merchants all agreed. Sostatus heard this and looked at Dios on his left. Dios was one of the largest merchants in the kingdom of Dionia. He owned 3 iron workshops in Lucania municipality, 1 copper workshop in Turin, and 2 weapon workshops in Turin and Amendola. He also had weapon shops and ironware shops in cities throughout the kingdom. Most of the high-quality weapons and armors he produced were monopolized by the Ministry of Military Affairs and the citizen army. He was also a specialized supplier of surgical instruments to various hospitals in the kingdom, and the daily ironware he produced was widely popular among the people. In addition, his family also produced ironware for large-scale public works. Because of this, he was received and praised by the king of Devers many times. He was also close to the officials of the Ministry of Military Affairs and the Ministry of Construction. He also frequently donated money to the public buildings in the kingdom. Not only did he have a high prestige among the merchants of the kingdom, but he was also respected by the people. Therefore, he was elected as the chairman of the local council in Turin many times. But in fact, Dios was not very interested in politics. He was more obsessed with his own business. He was passionate about how to raise the temperature of the furnace, improve the ironware process, improve the quality of ironware, design sharper and more practical weapons, and build better armors. He knew that in the kingdom of Dionia, which valued military and technology, as long as he maintained advanced technology, he would always be valued by the king and ministers. For this reason, not only did he hire good blacksmiths and blacksmiths with high salaries, but he also donated to the Dionia Academy many times. He cooperated with scholars, provided experimental funds, and shared technical patents. Therefore, under Sostatus's questioning gaze, Dios shook his head and gestured for him to continue. Sostatus had no choice but to turn to look at Dicboris on his right. Speaking of which, Dicboris was the first merchant to come to Dionia to do business. He was also the first merchant to decide to stay and become a citizen. Dicboris was enthusiastic and sociable. Many foreign merchants came to Turin under his persuasion and eventually became citizens of Dionia. Of course, Dios was among them. But in fact, Dicboris was not a very powerful merchant at first. He was an ordinary merchant who made and sold pottery. Pottery was a daily necessity widely used by the people of the Mediterranean, and it was the most common handicraft in the Greek city-states. This was because most Greek city-states did not have fertile land and could not produce abundant food. Wine and olive oil became their specialties, and they sold these goods in exchange for food. Containers to hold these two liquid commodities inevitably became another focus of the city-state's development. Therefore, many Greek city-states had merchants who made pottery, but the most famous pottery was produced in Athens. Using high-quality clay from Attica, the people of Athens, after a long period of exploration, created black pottery with red decorative paintings. Not only was it of high quality, but the patterns on the bottles were exquisite and creative, making it the leader of the industry. The second was the black pottery made by Corinth, and they also pioneered the creation of exquisite bottle paintings on pottery. At the same time, the entire pottery industry was highly organized. The pottery they produced almost accounted for most of the pottery sales in the Mediterranean. It was not until 100 years later that the pottery industry of Athens overtook them. Born in Crete, Dicboris did not have any technical advantages in pottery, but with his vision and decisiveness, when the Dionia Union was just established and Turin was in dire need of repair, he moved all his belongings to the artisanal area of Amendola and began to sell the cheap pottery he produced to the ordinary people of Dionia who were rebuilding their homes. Gradually, he gained some fame. After that, with the establishment of the kingdom, the expansion of the territory, the increase of the population, and the expansion of the market, the sales of his pottery also increased explosively. At the same time, the low-interest loans from Christoia's bank also gave him the confidence to expand and upgrade his pottery workshop. Not only did he establish pottery workshops in several places in the kingdom with high-quality clay, but he also poached excellent potters from Greece with high salaries. At that time, the turbulent situation and frequent wars in Greece also provided a good opportunity for him to poach. Since then, the pottery he sold began to dabble in high-end products. More importantly, Dicboris improved his management and organizational model of the pottery industry, as well as the entire process flow. Of course, this was not his invention. First, let's talk about the management and organizational model of the handicraft industry. Before the establishment of Dionia, each city-state in Greece was a city, and most of the city-state merchants' industries were concentrated in one city. Because of the large number of small people and limited resources, even if a merchant had financial resources, his industry could not be very large. Of course, it was easier to manage. Even in the economically prosperous Athens, there were no large factories. But in Dionia, such a vast and populous kingdom in the Greek world, there are also a large number of free people who were willing to settle down there, providing fertile soil for the establishment of large factories. The chain management model of Christoia's bank and Christoia's restaurant, which were spread throughout the cities of the kingdom, gave the merchants of the kingdom a great inspiration, so that they could break the conservative business thinking that their industry was fixed in one city in the past. Thus, they dared to carry out the industrial layout in a vast area, and through the pyramid-style hierarchical responsibility system, they carried out effective management. Let's talk about the fine division of labor in the process flow. The pottery industry was already a highly organized industry in the Greek handicraft industry, but it still could not be separated from the tradition of a family workshop. From digging clay, transporting clay, molding, lighting the fire, burning the pottery, painting on the screen, engraving. A potter had to participate in most of the processes, which undoubtedly made the production of pottery inefficient. In order to make Dionia's weapons and armor meet the needs of the army as soon as possible, Devers taught Dios and other kingdom arms merchants the method of fine division of labor in the production process, which greatly increased the production of weapons. This method was quickly adopted by the merchants of other kingdoms. Of course, Dionia also carried out a fine division of labor in his pottery workshop. Every process was handled by a specialized person, which greatly improved the quality and production of pottery and correspondingly lowered the price. This made Dionia's pottery more popular among the people of the kingdom, occupying more than half of the domestic pottery sales. The pottery of other cities, except for a small number of high-end pottery from Athens, could not compete with Dionia at all in the kingdom. He had become a veritable Dionia pottery merchant. Of course, Dionia, like other Turkish merchants, was busy completing the upgrading of the industry and occupying the ever-expanding kingdom's market. His external sales relied more on marketing agents led by Sostatus. This was also one of the reasons why Dionia, who was rich and had a wide network of friends, was willing to let Sostatus be the president of the Turkish Chamber of Commerce. Of course, the more important reason was that Sostatus's father, Kinarada, was a trusted minister of the king of Devers. Even if he had passed away, Sostatus could still rely on his father's influence to enter the palace and the Ministry of Commerce from time to time, preemptively obtaining some business information and fighting for some preferential treatment for the Chamber of Commerce, such as this time. So, Dionia smiled and said, "Sostatus, you don't have to be so polite. You're the president, and this good thing was achieved through the hard work of everyone. Of course, you should be the one to announce it." Chapter 748. Since the two most important Turii merchants had chosen to be courteous, Sostatus no longer refused. When he stood up, the other merchants stopped whispering and listened attentively to him with respect. This respect was not only because of his background, but also because of his own ability, even though he was the youngest among the merchants. "Everyone, I'll make it short so that I don't waste your time making money." As soon as Sostatus spoke, laughter erupted around him. "After the food that we spent a lot of money on arrived at the port, His Majesty summoned me to express his gratitude for our generous donation. At the same time, he also said that because of this food, he had the opportunity to personally lead an army to conquer Rome in central Italy. He hoped that we, the Turii merchants who donated food, would follow his army to the expedition. What? We've already donated so much food, and he wants us to continue providing for the army." Calmades, the wine merchant, shouted in dissatisfaction before Sostatus could finish. "Shut up, Calmades." Sostatus glared at him and warned, "Whether it's out of stupidity or other reasons, don't insult the great king of Devers again, or get out of here." "That's right. The great king of Devers is not to be insulted." Dios emphasized loudly, and the crowd echoed him. Most of the merchants in the kingdom of Dionia respected the king of Devers, not only because the bank established by his wife, Christoia, had a huge impact on the kingdom's commerce, but also because of the new business management model and the meticulous division of labor process that he invented, which was an unprecedented innovation in Dionia's commerce. Therefore, some merchants even believed that the Devers were not only the descendants of Hades, but also favored by Hermes. Calmades is absolutely not disrespectful to the king of Devers. He's just worried that he'll have to make endless donations for the army's expedition. The shipbuilder, Micrus, defended his friend. Micrus was the cousin of Enanilus, and Calmades was the son of Oriphis. Both of them were prominent families of the original Turii. They were related by marriage and had close contacts. Back then, because of the Polixus case, both Enanilus and Oriphis were implicated and imprisoned, but their families and businesses were not affected too much. It was only their political status that plummeted, so it was inevitable that they would feel uncomfortable. In truth, both Enanilus and Oriphis had been released a few years ago due to the completion of their sentences, but because of the scandal, for the sake of their families, it was no longer appropriate for them to appear in public again. "Looks like you two are really stupid." Sevenus, the slave trader, stood up. He was the one who had urged Sostatus to speak. The merchant was tall and rough, and his words were harsh, but people were still willing to be close to him because he could always provide satisfactory slaves. The great demand for slaves in the kingdom of Dionia made Sabanus, who had a rich source of slaves, a lot of money. At this moment, he laughed loudly. "Don't you understand? This is the reward for the food that His Majesty the Devers has given us." Since the establishment of Dionia, what has the army needed us merchants to accompany them? Never before, but now we do. This means that we can get the captives captured by the powerful king's regiment at the most favorable price and time. We can also get the spoils of war obtained by the army at the most favorable price. We can get the shops in the towns occupied by the army at the most favorable price and have the priority to occupy the market. Sebinus's impassioned words made everyone's eyes shine. Some even shouted excitedly, "Victory to His Majesty the Devers!" Calmaids could not help but whisper, "Don't be happy too early. This expedition may not necessarily be victorious." However, it happened to be heard by the wool textile merchant, Phrases, who was next to him. Phrases was originally a cloth merchant from the island of Iberia. After coming to Turii to do business, he found that the wool of Dionia was not only of high quality, but also cheap and abundant, because of the two excellent pastures in Lucania and Brutty. Therefore, he chose to settle down and become a citizen of Dionia. He began to change to wool textiles by taking a loan from the Kristoia Bank, abandoning the traditional model of a family workshop, and carrying out the meticulous management of large factories. His clothing factory quickly expanded rapidly. The wool blankets, luxurious wool gowns, and wool tunics were very popular with the people of Dionia and were exported to other inland city-states. Thus, he became a big merchant. Therefore, after hearing Calmaids' words, he immediately retorted loudly, "Under the leadership of His Majesty the Devers, when has our army ever been defeated? It is not the attitude of a citizen of Dionia to look forward to the defeat of the king team." Facing the dissatisfied gazes of the others, Calmaids hurriedly explained, "I hope that the army will not be too careless, because I heard that Rome is a very powerful city-state. I heard that this expedition to Rome consists of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, Legio 6, as well as the 1st and 2nd Cavalry Legions." So Status interrupted him and said loudly, "This is an army of nearly 60,000 soldiers. Everyone, I remember that even the Battle of Crotone and the Battle of Brindisi, that is, during the conquest of Apulia by the Devers, there was never such a large number of soldiers sent out. No matter how powerful Rome is, how can it resist such a powerful army of Dionia?" So Status is right. This will be another great victory. No wonder you are so excited. It turns out that you already knew about this news. This time, you'll get a lot of cheap Latin slaves and make a fortune. What are the rest of you still hesitating for? With Digboris adding fuel to the fire, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became lively. The merchants all expressed that they would personally follow the army of the King of Devers to Latin to open a new trading base for their own industries in central Italy. Amidst the noisy chatter, Forges' question made everyone turn their attention to Status again. "Guild leader, is it true that only the merchants from Tulii will follow the army to raid him?" "Of course not." Status looked a little helpless. "And the merchants of Ligium, because they have also donated a large amount of food to the kingdom for free." Everyone sighed in frustration. At this time, Dio spoke, "You do not have to worry. Latin has a vast territory and many city-states. Even with the addition of the merchants of Ligium, there is still enough profit for us to earn. Moreover, the merchants of Ligium are very different from us. Most of their merchants are engaged in transshipment trade, warehousing, and hotel services. This is due to the fact that Ligium's land is barren and narrow, and its special geographical location near the most important trade route in the Mediterranean Sea. On the other hand, we rely on real goods to earn profits. There is not much conflict of interest between both parties. On the contrary, we can strengthen our cooperation." What Dio said makes sense. I heard that the city-states by the sea in the Latin region are backward in economy and have poor trade. Their ports are small and poor, and they can be handed over to the Ligium people who are the best at operating ports to expand and manage. My men and slaves can also stay in their hotels. With them in charge of transportation, it will save a lot of trouble." Sabana's words made the gloomy expressions on the merchants' faces dissipate. In fact, the participation of the merchants of Ligium did not affect most of the merchants of Turii much, but there was still competition for a small number of people. For example, the transportation and transshipment trade of the fleet was in direct competition with Sostatus' main business. However, Sostatus was very broad-minded and confident. In fact, he had long set his eyes on the transshipment trade of the merchants of Ligium. He wanted to strengthen and upgrade his own fleet through poaching and purchasing people, and expand the channels of external marketing. However, Ligium was a free city in the past, and the merchants of Ligium were monolithic. It was not easy to get close to them. Now that the city had been completely annexed to the kingdom, and with the opportunity of this expedition, it was convenient for him to get close to the merchants of Ligium. He believed that he would gain a lot. However, for the shipbuilder Micrus, the participation of the merchants of Ligium would be a great pressure because he was facing competition from the in-laws of the king of Devers, Alcibiades. When Micrus' cousin, Enanilus, was the commander of the navy of Dionia, Alcibiades' shipyard was invited to enter Thurii by the king of Devers. Due to Enanilus' poor management, the quality of the warships and ordinary ships manufactured by the family shipyard had declined, so Alcibiades' shipyard had snatched a lot of the market share. Coupled with his fall, the shipbuilders and laborers of the family shipyard were even more panicked. As a result, many of them were poached by their competitors. When Micrus took over, the efficiency of his shipyard was not as good as before. Fortunately, he made up his mind and carried out strict management of the shipyard. He also actively improved the technology, greatly improving the quality of the ships and regaining some of the share of shipbuilding. However, it was far from being able to compete with Alcibiades' shipyard. At this time, the Ministry of Military Affairs also began to give orders to Micrus to build warships, and bluntly told him that it was the king's decree. As a result, others thought that Enanilus' family had been forgiven by the king of Devers, and they began to take the initiative to contact Micrus, causing the sales of the ships manufactured by him to soar. The family, which had decades of shipbuilding history in Thurii, was revitalized. Chapter 749. While Micrus and his people were grateful to the Devers, they also analyzed why the Devers would lend a helping hand. In addition to showing that the king treated all the people of Dionia equally and had no intention of deliberately excluding the Thurii citizens, it might also be related to the fact that Ligium was only a free city of Dionia. Even if Alcibiades' sister, Agnes, was the princess of Dionia, Ligium was not fully integrated into the kingdom of Dionia. The shrewd king of the Devers would not make such a mistake and let the Ligium completely occupy the majority of the shipbuilding industry in the kingdom of Dionia, and even monopolize the manufacture of warships for the safety of the kingdom's coast. Because even the orders for the weapons and armor needed by the legion were not only given to Dios by the Ministry of Military Affairs, but also to several weapon manufacturers. After understanding this, Micrus actively cooperated with the Ministry of Military Affairs to improve the warships they manufactured. The fast triple-oared warships used by the Navy were the first to be manufactured by their shipyard. But now Ligium was also fully integrated into Dionia. Micrus felt a headache when he thought of this. But he quickly cheered up because according to his observations over the years, the king of the Devers was fair and did not show too much favoritism just because Alcibiades was his relative. Coupled with his good relationship with the Ministry of Military Affairs over the years, he believed that he would also be treated fairly by the king of the Devers in the Latin region. At worst, it would be a fair competition. Micrus was not afraid of this. With the advantage of being a citizen of Dionia and a former Thurii, he had a lot of cooperation with the Dionia Academy. He often provided places and conditions for inspired scholars to experiment, and some of the things they invented also helped him improve the technology and efficiency of shipbuilding. He also created some special new ships, such as the fast triple-oared warship, and the iron ship that was now being tested at this moment. A servant came in and reported to Sostatus, "Master, Agumus is here." "Quick, let him in," Sostatus said quickly. Everyone hurriedly looked out of the hall. "Everyone, I'm sorry I'm late." Accompanied by the rough and slightly stiff Greek accent, a tall and strong middle-aged man strode into the hall. Agumus, formerly known as Agamu, was a Brute. He first engaged in the business of medicinal herbs because after the Brudi merged into the Dionia alliance, the tribe entrusted him to sell the medicinal herbs they dug up from the Kazinsa Plateau to the Turii market in exchange for food and daily necessities that the tribe urgently needed. Through his integrity and intelligence, as well as his cooperation with the Dionia School of Medicine, he had worked tirelessly to open up business channels. Now, he had settled down in Turii and became the largest medicinal herb merchant in the Kingdom of Dionia. He had even changed his name to Agmus to show that he had completely integrated into the main culture of the kingdom. You don't have to apologize, Argus. You didn't arrive on time today, so we thought you must have something important to attend to. That's right. The others also took the initiative to excuse him. After all, Agmus had always been early in the past gatherings. No matter what the reason is, I'm late. I'll host the banquet tonight as an apology, Agmus said straightforwardly. Agmus, no one is competing with you. You'll have to pay for the banquet tonight, Sabanas said loudly. The crowd burst into laughter. As a foreigner, Agmus was able to blend into the circle of the Turii Merchant Guild because of his generosity and willingness to help others. If the merchants or their relatives were sick, as long as he knew about it, he would quickly deliver good and fresh medicinal herbs according to the doctor's prescription. Therefore, he was very popular. I've long been looking forward to hosting another banquet for everyone. Agmus smiled and said, The reason I'm late is that Sir Alpines from the Ministry of Military Affairs found me. He hopes that I can provide sufficient medicinal herbs for the army going north. I'm afraid today's gathering is about His Majesty the Devers allowing us, the Turii merchants, to follow the army. Since you already know, it saves me the trouble of repeating it again, so Status said with a smile. Agmus, you're really good at making medicinal herbs. With the medical skills of our kingdom, no other medicinal herb merchant can compete with you when your medicinal herbs reach Lygium. Sabanas said loudly in envy. No one can compete, but no one will buy either. Agmus shrugged and said seriously, I'm afraid it'll take time for the people there to receive treatment from the Dionia doctors and take the medicine prescribed by them. While they were talking, the servant came in again and whispered something in Status' ear. Status frowned and said, Everyone, Enipias is here. Enipias is always late. I wonder how he became a famous stone merchant in Turii. Sabanas said with dissatisfaction. It's because his family has been engaged in stone quarrying and carving for a long time. They have many experienced stonemasons and skill carvers. They also took advantage of the rapid expansion of the kingdom and the construction of public works in various cities to easily amass a lot of wealth. Otherwise, someone said in disdain. As the president, Status couldn't casually judge the other members of the Merchant Guild. He changed the topic and said in a serious tone, Leocrate came with Enipias. Why is he here? Dick Boris looked surprised. I'm afraid it's because we're going to war with His Majesty. Dios answered uncertainly. This is the reward that His Majesty the Devers has given to us, Turii merchants. The Crotone merchants have not contributed anything to the kingdom, yet they want to get benefits. What a delusion! Phorcys said angrily. His words also caused the other merchants to be angry. Micrus asked doubtfully, This should be a secret. How did he know about it? Enipias must have told him. Sabanas pointed out. Enipias won't know what we're discussing today. Calmades defended the stone merchant because they were all old Turii. Secret? Then how did Agmus know? Sabanas retorted. In any case, today is an important meeting of our merchant guild. It's not suitable for an outsider to participate. Dick Boris looked at Status and suggested seriously. Status nodded. I'm so sorry. My master said that he's now discussing something very important with a guest. He doesn't have extra time to meet you today. Outside Status's mansion, his servant was speaking politely, but he had an unapproachable expression on his face. Enipias immediately shrugged and said helplessly, It seems that they don't want to see you at this time. I can't do anything about it. However, Leocrat didn't seem depressed as he calmly said, As for the stone and statues that you want to supply to the Colosseum that my Chamber of Commerce donated to build, my promise is still valid. Enipias looked delighted. Leocrate suppressed the unwillingness in his heart and turned to leave. As the chairman of the merchant guild in Clotho, Leocrate knew that the king of Devers allowing merchants to follow the army to the Latin region would provide a huge business opportunity, but it was obvious that the Turii merchants were unwilling to share it with others. However, since the Turii merchants could obtain such an opportunity by donating food, the Crotone Merchant Guild could do the same. With this in mind, Leocrate stopped and looked back at Sostatus Mansion. Another key problem occurred to him. The overall financial resources of the Crotone merchants, who had suffered the crisis of the destruction of their city, were far from comparable to the Turii Merchant Guild located in the heart of the kingdom. They might not be able to donate such a huge amount of food to the kingdom. Perhaps I should contact the Cyril Merchant Guild and the Trine Merchant Guild to raise funds and donate a much larger amount of food than the Turii Merchant Guild to obtain permission to go to the Latin region. But this must be done immediately because the day of the army's departure was not far away. Thinking of this, Leocrate became anxious and actually started a run. As the herald and chief intelligence officer of the Devers, Aristyras was the Devers' most trusted confidant. Many powerful elders dared not belittle him, but he usually kept a low profile. The mansion he lived in was not big, and it was no different from the houses of ordinary citizens. It was a square courtyard with a pond and garden in the middle. The main building faced the north. On one side was the servants' bungalow, on the other side was Aristyras' study and living room, and on the south was the courtyard gate. It was very simple. The only commendable thing about the courtyard was that it was located at the foot of the south of the King's Hill. Not only could he rush to the palace or the king's mansion in a short period of time, he could also report important information to the Devers in a timely manner. There were also palace guards patrolling the area all day long. It was a great guarantee of safety. However, Aristyras' younger brother, Androporus, obviously did not think so. "Big brother, your place is too shabby. If others see it, they won't believe that this is the place where an important minister of the kingdom lives. You don't have to suffer like this. I'm just a herald, not an important minister of the kingdom. Why do I have to live so luxuriously? Besides, if I get tired of living here, I can stay in the villa for a while," Aristyras said disapprovingly. Chapter 750. Living in a villa was a trend in the kingdom of Dionia in recent years. It originated from the Devers. He built a villa on a hill not far from the Turii hot springs. During the hottest time of summer, he would bring his family to the northern mountains to escape the heat, relax, and soak in the hot springs. The children loved it very much. After a few banquets, the senators and ministers discovered the benefits of living in a villa. The hills in the northern mountains, which were sparsely populated, barren, and rugged, soon became a hot commodity. The rich and influential citizens of Turii lined up to buy them from the Ministry of Agriculture. In the end, the local Turii parliament had to pass a bill to restrict the oversale of the mountains in Turii territory. The area of the mountains for sale was also strictly regulated, and trees in other areas were not allowed to be cut down at will. The citizens of Turii had no choice but to turn their attention to Amendolara, Abyssinia, and Castellan in the core areas of Turii. Soon, the local councils of these three towns were forced to restrict the sale of the mountains. In the end, the trend swept the whole kingdom, causing the Senate to specially enact a clause in the law of the Kingdom of Dionia on the sale of mountains and the construction of villas. Androporus was just expressing his concern in this way. He knew that his brother had a firm character and was not someone who could be easily persuaded. Just like how he once advised Aristyras to propose to His Majesty the Devers that he no longer be the chief of intelligence, but an administrative officer. He believed that with his brother's talent, he could have a more brilliant future. However, Aristyras sternly refused and warned him not to mention the matter again. Androporus did not say anything, but Aristyras asked, "What are you here for today? Brother, can't I come to see you today?" Androporus said discontentedly, "Polaris is here." With a kind shout, a woman came out of the main building. "Sister-in-law," Androporus called out respectfully. It was Aristyras' wife, Asuna. "You haven't been to our house for a long time," Asuna said with a smile, pretending to blame him. Sister-in-law, it's not that I don't want to come, but haven't I been working elsewhere for the past few years? I just came back from Hibernian last month, and I've been busy with all kinds of handover procedures. See, I rushed over as soon as I was done, Andrapolis quickly explained. Since it's rare for you to come here, let's have dinner at home tonight. I have already asked the servants to prepare. Call your sister-in-law, Corias, and Riria, Asuna's daughter, also misses her brother, and ducks. Let's have a good family gathering tonight. Asuna said enthusiastically. Androporus looked at his brother. He knew that Aristyras rarely held gatherings at home. But at this moment, Aristyras quickly said, Your sister-in-law has spoken. Quickly send a servant home and call your sister-in-law and children over. Asuna looked at her husband, smiled charmingly, and then said, Princess Christoia has something urgent for me to do. I will rush back in the afternoon. You two can chat at home. Okay, sister-in-law, you go ahead. Andrapolis had a smile on his face as he watched Asuna leave the house with the two female slaves. As a senator of the Senate, he was so respectful to Asuna, not only because she was his sister-in-law, but also because she used to be Christoia's personal slave and was still the princess's capable assistant in business. She was deeply trusted by the king of Devers and his family. In addition, Aristyras was the king of Devers' confidant, so it was not wrong for Antroporus to say that his brother was an important minister of the kingdom. Many senators and city administrators seemed to be prominent, but in the heart of the powerful king of Devers, they were not as important as a word from the couple. However, Aristyras and his wife usually kept a low profile and rarely interacted with others. Aristyras, who had always been cold to everyone, was gentle to his wife. He always let Asuna make the decisions on family matters. It was said that Asuna had taken the initiative to pursue him, and with Princess Christoia's matchmaking, the two ended up together. Antroporus thought that this rumor was very credible. Otherwise, with his brother's cold personality, he would probably still be single. Antroporus pretended not to see the smile on Aristyra's lips as he watched Asuna leave. He said seriously, Brother, I have an important matter this time. Please help me decide. Aristyras immediately became serious. Let's talk in my study. Brother, I want to respond to His Majesty the Devers' call and follow the army to Latin. Antroporus said solemnly in the study. It turned out that the Devers were not only offering opportunities to the merchants who donated food to the kingdom, but also to the senators of the Senate and the officials of the kingdom who had no suitable positions and could only take up idle positions. They hoped that they would volunteer to follow the army to Latin and take up various public positions in the conquered territories in the future so that they could better stabilize the occupied territories. Aristyras did not seem surprised, nor did he show a trace of surprise on his face. He simply asked softly, Why did you choose to go to Latin? Brother, as you know, I returned to Turii after my position as Hibernian's governor expired. The kingdom's official management council had a good evaluation of my performance in Hibernian, but I lost to Bagul in the election for the position of Kazinsa's governor. Now that the governors and other senior positions in the various cities of the kingdom have been filled, I don't know when I'll be able to take up my post again. So I thought, why not follow His Majesty the Devers to Latin? Antroporus revealed his true thoughts. Isn't the position of Castellan's governor still empty? Aristyras asked, Can the governor of Castellan still be called the governor? I don't want to have a Lysias above me telling me what to do. Antroporus shook his head. A few years ago, the Devers established the region of Turii to consolidate resources and highlight the central position of Turii in the kingdom. Abyssinia, Castellan, and Amendola were all incorporated into this region, and their governors were under the jurisdiction of the governor of Turii. Lysias had been the governor of Turii for many years and had a high reputation. Most of the governors dared not disobey his orders. Actually, after Your Majesty proposed this plan in the Senate, I wanted to suggest that you go to Latin, but I didn't expect you to make a decision so quickly. Aristyras had a gratified expression on his face. Although he rarely contacted Antroporus, he had always been paying attention to his brother's performance in the political arena. You also support me to go. Entroporus was a little more determined when he heard this, but he still said worriedly, "What I'm worried about now is that Latin is too far from the center of the kingdom, and its location is remote. If I serve in that place, I won't get much attention, and if I stay there for too long, I'll miss other good opportunities. Besides, that area is full of foreigners, and it's not adjacent to the kingdom. I'm afraid it's not easy to govern, and if there's a riot..." Aristides listened to his brother's words carefully and said slowly, "You don't have to worry about not getting attention there. As far as I know, His Majesty attaches far more importance to Rome than you can imagine. Long before the war in southern Italy, he asked me to set up an information channel for Rome. After the war in southern Italy, he increased the investment in intelligence gathering in Rome and asked me to report to him about Latin every month. In the second half of last year, His Majesty even asked me to report to him as soon as there's any new situation in Rome. Do you know that there's a map of Italy and Sicily made out of clay in the military conference room in the palace?" "I know, and I heard that it's very exquisite." Entroporus nodded and replied, "Among all the models of the other cities, the model of Rome is the largest and the only one made out of red clay. It's very eye-catching. From this, it can be seen that His Majesty attaches more importance to Rome than to Carthage. That's why he brought you, the administrative officials, for this expedition. This has never happened before. I'm afraid he's thinking of turning Rome and the Latin alliance into the territory of the Kingdom of Dionia, so you don't have to worry about not getting attention from the kingdom." When Aristides said this, Entroporus was no longer worried. He understood that as long as he got the attention of the king of Devers, the resources of the kingdom would be heavily invested in Latin, and his safety would be guaranteed. "Entroporus," Aristides said with a serious look, "since you've chosen to take the risk instead of settling for mediocrity, then don't be afraid of difficulties when you're in Latin. You have to understand the living customs of the various races in that area, work hard to figure out how to govern the area, and build up your reputation there. When a Latin region is fully integrated into the kingdom, you must become the senator who knows the place the best. In this way, if there's any vacancy of an important position or an important problem in Latin, His Majesty will think of you first, just like Bagul of Lucania and Sidorum of Brutty. You've already missed a great opportunity in Catani more than a decade ago. Don't miss it again this time." Entroporus understood what his brother meant by missed opportunity. Back then, when Dionia had just occupied the southeast of Sicily, he, who was born and raised in Catani, successfully led the rebellion against Syracuse, and thus became a senator of the Senate and the chief executive of Catani. He should have gradually developed on this basis and become the spokesperson of Sicily in the kingdom and an influential figure in the Senate. But he eventually screwed up because of his lack of administrative experience. Aristides' expectations both pressured and excited him. He said in a low voice, "Brother, don't worry, I won't miss it easily this time." February in Turii had entered the rainy season. It had been drizzling for almost a whole day, moistening the whole city, making people who were ready to go home after a busy day still feel happy. The drought that swept through Greece last year had increased people's appreciation and love for rain. Chapter 751. Plica, who was returning to the city from the port court, seemed a little preoccupied. According to his usual habits, he would stop for a while at the port market he passed by, because the market at dusk was always filled with a carnival atmosphere. Acrobatics, dancing, magic tricks, funny performances, all kinds of entertainment attracted tourists to stop and watch, while the small vendors displayed all kinds of exquisite and strange handicrafts, or all kinds of fragrant food, shouting at each other to attract customers. From dusk to dusk, the port market was the world of street performers and small vendors, and it was also a good place for the tourists to stroll after dinner. In the past, Plica would stop here to listen to the singing of bards, taste the sea fish fried in olive oil, and buy some vanilla porridge that smelled of mint or thyme. But today his footsteps did not stop, and he finally squeezed out of the market with great difficulty. In front of him was a group of magnificent temples, from the original temple of Hera to the temple of Hercules, the temple of Apollo, and even the broody snow mountain goddess Umla, and the Lacanian protector Asinu. This area was called the Land of the Gods by the tourist people. Even during the day, the temple was always lit, and there were many believers. Of course, it could not compare to the Temple of Hades. At dusk, most of the believers had dispersed, and the temple once again appeared majestic and empty. The chanting of the priests of the gods in the main hall penetrated through the thick stone walls and towering pillars, lingering in Plika's ears, calming him down a little, but he did not slow down. Only when he passed by the Temple of Hera did he stop, because he saw the pure white carriage and the fully armed palace guards parked in front of the temple. He knew that this was the princess of Dionia, the priestess of the Temple of Hera, Agnes, who was about to return home. In order to show respect, he stayed where he was, and many people did the same, watching the beautiful and kind princess smile and wave at them before getting on the carriage and leaving. Further north, he entered the outer city of Turis. There was once a foreign merchant who came to Turis to do business who said, "The inner city and outer city of Turis are like nobles and commoners. One embodies elegance and order, while the other shows liveliness and vitality. Both are so harmonious, and there is no conflict or contradiction." What this foreign merchant did not understand was that the formation of the inner city and outer city of Turis was not due to the difference in status, but due to the different time when the people of the inner city joined the kingdom. The people of the inner city joined the alliance of Dionia before the kingdom was founded, while the people of the outer city mainly joined after the kingdom was founded. Because the people of the inner city joined during the fledgling period of the alliance, they had more opportunities to participate in governing the alliance, obtain military achievements, and win rewards. Therefore, most of the people in the inner city were either elders, officials of the kingdom, or officers of the army. Of course, they also made great sacrifices for the survival and development of Dionia. And until now, a sixth of the people in the inner city had died in battle or were disabled. There were also many elders among the citizens of the outer city, and most of them joined after the kingdom was founded. They came from southern Greece, eastern Sicily, and the region of Apulia. There were also many citizens who became high-ranking officials and high-ranking officers of the kingdom through their own efforts, and Plika was one of them. This made many citizens preparatory citizens, and free people who had just settled in the outer city did not envy those big shots. Instead, they hoped to become them through their own efforts. In fact, the outer city was not chaotic. With the restraint of the laws of Dionia and the strict management of the Department of Inspection, the people who wanted to develop in the kingdom would generally not break the law and create obstacles for their own future. Therefore, the order in the outer city was better than many Greek city-states. However, there were too many people in the outer city, and their members were complicated. Other than the citizens of the kingdom, free people, Greeks from other city-states, there were also other races from various places. Therefore, it was more difficult to manage, and some conflicts were inevitable. This was also the headache of being a judge in Turis. The affairs were too complicated and trivial. Usually, when Plika walked on the streets of the outer city, he liked to observe the people who gathered and chatted on both sides of the road to determine who were the citizens of Dionia and who were the foreigners, their respective professions, where they came from, and what their characteristics were. Perhaps it was the occupational disease of a judge. After a long period of observation, he had summed up some experience in recognizing people. But when the people of Dionia were together with the foreigners, he could tell at a glance without thinking too much. Because the citizens of Dionia were physically strong and walked like a tiger, this was because they often ate meat and went through military training all year round. Also, they always dressed neatly when they went out, always wearing leather sandals on their feet. On the one hand, they listened to the doctor's advice to prevent unnecessary injuries and colds. Many citizens of Greek city-states went barefoot. On the other hand, the boarding they wore could be decorated with various metals, which became an important capital for them to gain respect and show off. In addition, they spoke loudly, laughed heartily, and were optimistic in nature, as if no difficulties could baffle them. This might be the bearing of a citizen of a big country. Of course, their Greek language, which was a blend of many ethnic cultures in the country, also made it a little difficult for tourists from other Greek city-states to understand. Plica's home was next to the Persephone Arena. It was almost March, and the football games in various cities of the kingdom had begun. The carnival of the fans had arrived, but the people who lived near the arena would inevitably be disturbed by the noise during the day, so the residential land near the arena was not favored, and the price was very low. But for Plica, who had become a citizen of Dionia not long ago, he had no more choice. When he walked near his home, he had to stop again and return greetings to the neighbors who took the initiative to greet him. Only then did he put aside the troubles in his heart and savored the respect that his neighbors gave him. Yes, although he was born in a low place and was a domestic slave, he had fought his way up from the bottom through his own efforts and had become a probationary judge of the kingdom. In the law-based kingdom of Dionia, a judge was undoubtedly one of the kingdom's public offices respected by the general public. When he passed by the alley, he heard several neighbors who had been incorporated into the Legion's reserve team talking excitedly about the army was about to go north to attack Latin, so he sped up his pace to go home. "You're back." His wife greeted him and took Plica's satchel. Plica hummed and walked into the courtyard. "Master." The two slaves, a man and a woman, greeted him respectfully. Plica nodded with a serious expression and walked to the main house. The reason why the place he lived in was not built into a two-story building was because he did not have enough money when he got married. Later, he managed to save some money and was ready to rebuild it, but his wife was pregnant. He was busy and had to buy a female slave to take care of her. Then, he saved money to buy a male slave at the beginning of last year, thinking that he would be responsible for taking care of his own land. He did not expect that the drought would delay him for more than half a year, and he was almost not used. "Where's the child?" Plica asked with concern as he walked. Amelia took him out to play for the whole afternoon, and he was sleepy when he came back. He drank some porridge and is sleeping soundly now. His wife said, then asked, "Oh, dinner is ready. Do you want to eat it while it's hot?" Plica nodded. His wife, Kusnia, quickly directed the female slaves to bring dinner to the table. Plica looked down and saw that the dinner was pumpkin and pea oatmeal, and there was even a large pot of it. He immediately frowned. It was not that he was picky, but he had been eating this thing for a month, and he was a little tired of it. Seeing that her husband was a little dissatisfied, Kusnia quickly said, "There is still some sheep's milk and cheese at home. Do you want me to bring it up?" Plica knew that the sheep's milk and cheese were reserved for the child, so he waved his hand. "Do you want me to go to the market tomorrow and buy some wheat, grind it into flour, and make bread?" Kusnia said again, "There's going to be a war soon, and the price of wheat on the market is not cheap now. There's no need to spend that money. There are still so many beans and pumpkins in the cellar that haven't been eaten. If we don't eat them quickly, they will go bad." Plica said and sighed in his heart. The drought for more than half a year had almost used up his savings. If it weren't for the vegetables that were harvested after replanting in his field, I'm afraid he would have to go to the bank for a loan to buy food. It's already good enough that there's food now. Thinking of this, he scooped up a big spoonful of sticky porridge and stuffed it into his mouth. "I have good news for you. We have planted all the wheat in the field today." Kusnia said loudly to make her husband happy. As a citizen of Dionia, Plica owned 5 acres of land. Compared to many old citizens, his land was too little, but it was not easy to take care of these few acres of land. Obviously, the male slave he bought played a great role, which strengthened the decision in his heart. "Kusnia, I have something to tell you." Plica looked up at his wife and said solemnly, "I've decided to follow the army led by His Majesty to raid him. You're just a reserve soldier. You haven't even entered the Legion's reserve team. Will they let you go?" Kusnia thought that her husband wanted to join the battle. She did not panic, but was a little confused. "I'm not going to fight with the aliens. His Majesty has called us idle public servants to volunteer to follow the army to raid him and participate in the governance of the occupied area. I've decided to sign up." Chapter 752. Go to Latin to be a judge. Kusnia was stunned and inexplicably felt a little flustered. Latin is so far away from us, and there's a war going on. It's not safe for you to be a judge there. And the child is still so young, and I'm taking care of him alone at home. Nia, I know that if I go to Latin, it will be more difficult for you to be alone, Plica said solemnly. But this is a good opportunity for me. I have been a trainee judge for half a year, and now I've been working as an assistant in the court. I'm afraid it will take me 2 or 3 years to become a formal judge. And if I want to be the presiding judge of a town, I have to see if there are any vacancies. I'm a slave who was captured by the kingdom. I don't have a rich family to rely on, nor do I have a high-status former master to help me. I can only rely on myself. I can only do things that others are not willing to take the risk to do. Although it's dangerous to go to Latin, I may be directly in charge of town's court. If I perform well, I may even get the attention of His Majesty the Devers who are fighting in Latin. Maybe one day, I can also be like Lord Tritodmos, wearing a white robe with black edges, referring to becoming a senator. Kusnia looked at her husband in a daze. She knew that her husband had been working very hard, but she never knew that her slightly tanned and thin Libyan husband had such a great ambition. In the residence of the leader of Abenelum, Gurney had just sent off the envoy of Dionia, Koreas, when his trusted aide, Myone, entered the living room. Seeing Gurney leaning on the wooden chair with a heavy heart, Myone asked hurriedly, "Leader, did the envoy of Dionia come this time to ask us to attack Lesgok?" To be honest, since the Samanai people declared war on the kingdom of Dionia, the Abenelum people who were caught in the middle were the most uncomfortable. The high priest of the Samanai tribal alliance also personally came to Abenelum to reiterate the ancient sacred tradition of Samanai to Gurney. After seeing Gurney swear a heavy oath in the name of Savone, he left with peace of mind. Therefore, the Abenelum were very worried that the Dionia would ask them to attack their own people, which would force them to break the ancient tradition and be despised by all the Simonians. Gurney shook his head. The people of Dionia didn't ask me to attack Lesgok, nor did they ask us to pass through. Since the people of Dionia understand us so well, what are you worried about, chief? Myon asked doubtfully. Gurney sighed. The people of Dionia believe that Lesgok has always been unfriendly to Dionia and was the one who started the war. Not only did he bring harm to Dionia, but he also brought disaster to the people of Hilpini. They hope that I can oust Lesgok from power and become the leader of Hilpini, restoring peace between Hilpini and Dionia. Mahoney's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Chief, this is great news. With the support of Dionia, you can easily take back the position of the leader of Hilpini that should have belonged to you." Gurney smiled bitterly. "Mahoney, this is against tradition. Moreover, Lesgok has the full support of the other leaders and high priests of the other tribes. His position as the leader is very stable." Tradition? Mahoney snorted angrily. Back then, Lesgok insisted on moving the tribes to our Abenelum territory and directly arranged for them to be leaders. Isn't this against tradition? If Lesgok can do this, why can't we? It's precisely because he has the support of the other leaders and high priests that he has tried to oust you many times. If it wasn't for the help of the people of Dionia, the Abenelum would have long been occupied by the people of Benventum. This time, he took advantage of the war between Dionia and Carthage to incite the other tribes to wage war against Dionia. If the people of Dionia are defeated, Chief, I'm afraid we can only escape to Dionia with our people. Hearing this, Gurney's face showed a hint of ruthlessness, but he said hesitantly, "I also want to oust Lesgok from his position as the leader of Hilpini. But how do we do it? Do we really want to take advantage of the fact that Benventum is defenseless and launch a surprise attack? Chief, that will only increase the hatred and rejection of us by the Hilpini tribe and the other tribes." Mahoney stepped forward and suggested, "Lesgok incited the other tribes to wage war against Dionia. Up until now, he has not reaped any benefits. Instead, he has lost many of his warriors. Don't these tribes have any complaints against him? Especially our Hilpini. I heard that thousands of our people have been captured. Now that the people of Dionia support you as the leader of Hilpini, I think they should hand over these thousands of people to you." Gurney's heart stirred when he heard this. He pondered for a while, then said cautiously, "We need to discuss this properly. Also, go tell the envoy of Dionia to stay in Abenelum for 2 more days. I have something to discuss with him. While Koreas was on his way to Abenelum, Topyrus also came to the city of Niconia in the Campania region. He also expressed to Quinduk, the leader of Coltini, who was on friendly terms with Dionia, that Dionia was willing to support him as the leader of Coltini. Quinduk had always been at odds with Segovani, and had repeatedly claimed that Segovani had used trickery to take away the position that should have belonged to him. However, when Topyrus faced him, Quinduk made it clear that Niconia was not willing to declare war against the friendly alliance of Dionia, nor was it willing to violate tradition by killing its own people. Niconia would remain neutral in this war. The Devers got out of bed at daybreak. Agnes woke up immediately as well. It's still early. Sleep a little longer. The Devers pulled the blanket over her with concern. How can I sleep when you're leaving so soon? Agnes grumbled, then shouted outside. The female slaves who had been waiting outside immediately brought clean water and a washcloth. The two of them washed up and put on their clothes. Agnes sat in front of the dressing table and combed her hair, tying it into a bun. The Devers went forward and helped her tie the hair tie. Your Majesty, this is Little Crow's first time on the battlefield. You must take good care of him. Agnes reminded him worriedly. With him by my side, he won't be in any danger. Don't worry. The Devers smiled and comforted her. Your Majesty, you must take care of yourself, too. Agnes turned around and gazed at him with concern. The Devers nodded and bent down to kiss her beautiful and smooth cheek affectionately. The couple quietly went downstairs and came to the dining room. They saw that Crystal, Stoya, and Clotho Catax were already waiting there. Clotho, did you sleep well last night? The Devers asked with a smile. Father, I couldn't fall asleep at first. Later, I was too sleepy and fell asleep in a daze. In the morning, it was Mother who came to wake me up. Clotho Catechus embarrassedly said, You're much stronger than when I first went on the battlefield. I couldn't sleep the whole night. The Devers encouraged him with self-mockery. Clotho, you're following your father into battle this time. What's there to be nervous about? Stoya interrupted from his side. Mother, I'm not nervous. I'm excited. I can finally step onto the real battlefield. Clotho Catax blushed as he tried to explain himself. What's the difference between being nervous and excited? Stoya couldn't help but retort. Let's eat breakfast first. The porridge is getting cold. Agnes hurriedly interrupted. Hurry up and eat. Marcius and Herneapolis are still waiting for us at the foot of the mountain. The Devers finished speaking, and the dining room regained its silence. Clotho Catax quickly drank a bowl of oatmeal and a bowl of goat's milk. He finished a large honey bun and a fried fish. Agnes had no choice but to stop him. Don't be in such a hurry. Eat slowly. Clotho Catax finished his breakfast in one go and walked out of the dining room. He received his armor from the head of internal affairs, Ribizot, and began to wear it. In the dining room, the Devers was still consoling his two wives, assuring them that he would take good care of their son. Very soon, the Devers had also put on his armor. He handed the helmet with the long black feathered crown to his son, and then hugged and kissed his two wives goodbye. When Eunice, Abelis, Bryance, and Avia wake up, tell them that I'll bring them many gifts when I return from Latin. The Devers said with a smile and mounted his horse. Mother, Agnes, Mother, I'm leaving. Don't worry, I'll come back safely. Clotho Catax also went forward to hug them and bid them goodbye obediently. He then mounted his horse. Under the protection of 10 palace guards, the group rode down the mountain. Christopha and Agnes watched the father and son leave, unwilling to return to the house for a long time. The sky was now dark, and the full moon was still hanging in the sky. A few stars could be faintly seen. The cold air of the early morning drove away the sleepiness and made Clotho Catax full of energy. He couldn't help but ask, Father, when we reach Latin, will I have the chance to go into battle and kill the enemy? The Devers had obviously considered this question and answered without hesitation, yes. Clotho Catax could tell that the Devers weren't being perfunctory, so he became even more excited. He took the lead and rushed forward, and soon reached the foot of the mountain. Literary Hall. Chapter 753. Your Majesty. The three trusted aides of the king of Dionia, head of the palace guards Marcius, clerk Hinepolis, and herald Aristyras, were already waiting respectfully in front of the checkpoint. "Sorry to keep you waiting." The Devers jumped off the war horse and looked at Marcius. "Have the guards of the palace and the mansion been arranged while I'm away?" "According to the report I gave you last time, half of the soldiers, 250, were left behind under the command of Xenophanes to protect the palace and the king's hill, as well as the safety of the concubines and princes," Marcius replied. The Devers nodded and walked towards Xenophanes, who was standing behind the three men. "I'll leave the safety of my family in your hands," he said sincerely. "Rest assured, your majesty, I'll complete the task you've given me." Xenophanes saluted confidently. The Devers subconsciously glanced at his left hand. Xenophanes saluted with his left hand. He was a member of the Persia Expeditionary Force, a high-ranking officer of the First Legion, and a good friend of the current Ninth Legion's commander, Tegthenos. More than a decade ago, when the First Legion landed in Sicily and fought against the allied forces of Syracuse, his right hand was severely injured and became disabled after treatment failed. Based on this situation, he should have retired from the army, but he strongly expressed his desire to stay in the army. After several twists and turns, the Devers finally selected him to join the palace guards as a team officer. After all, the chances of the palace guards killing enemies were very low, and he did not need to do it himself. Instead, he needed to bring his rich combat experience and strict military discipline to the palace guards. Until now, his performance had been outstanding, which was why the Devers agreed with Marcius to give him the responsibility of staying behind. The Devers patted his shoulder forcefully to show his expectation, then turned and walked towards Aristyras. Although the Devers stared at him without saying a word, Aristyras understood the king's expectations of him. While he was away, Aristyras would closely monitor the entire kingdom, work closely with the palace guards and patrol to ensure the stability of the royal authority and the safety of his family, and report to him immediately if there were any abnormalities. Aristyras solemnly saluted the Devers again. Everything was said without words. The Devers finally looked at Henoboris and asked softly, "Henoboris, are you ready to write a wonderful book called Battle Chronicles of Raiden?" "Your Majesty, I've prepared enough papyrus and pens," Henoboris replied cleverly, making the Devers laugh loudly. "Depart," he said in a deep voice. "Depart, Henoboris of soldiers." Divers was accompanied by Clodo, Catax, and Henoboris. Under the saluting gazes of Aristyras, Xenophanes, and the rest of the palace guards, they galloped towards the north gate. "Salute!" The guard at the north gate shouted excitedly. The sentries hurriedly turned the noose, opened the city gate, and stood straight on both sides. "Thank you for your hard work, Timaeus." The Devers called out the garrison officer's name accurately and gave him a proper military salute. This made the garrison officer and the sentries very excited. The Devers had set off so early because most of the tourists had just woken up. There were few pedestrians on the streets of the outskirts of the city, so it was almost unobstructed. The rumbling of the horses' hooves broke the silence of the outer city. When the curious residents came out to take a look, the cavalrymen had already left. "It's the palace guards." The people made an accurate judgment based on the attire of the soldiers. "His Majesty the Devers must be inside." "Devers, His Majesty has gone to the barracks so early. Let's not dawdle. Let's quickly finish our breakfast and rush to the barracks to send off the army." This time, because there were too many soldiers, it had exceeded the capacity of the Victory Square in the city of Turis. So the final assembly point and departure point of the army was set at the Turis barracks. At dawn, the Devers arrived at the Turis barracks. At the commander's residence, he gathered several ministers from the Ministry of Military Affairs, as well as Matones, the commander of the 2nd Legion, Olivers, the commander of the Legio IV, Georges, the commander of the 5th Legion, Troturas, the commander of the Legio VI, and Izamu, the commander of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade. He asked them about the enlistment of the troops, the morale of the soldiers, the weapons and equipment they carried, whether they had brought 5 days' worth of rations, whether the auxiliary troops were full, the maintenance of the siege and defense equipment, and whether the supply teams were sufficient, while the Devers were discussing with the generals about the expedition, Clotho-Catax met with the staff of the Ministry of Military Affairs under the guidance of Tormid. They were all officers who had performed well in their respective armies and were then transferred to the staff office of the Ministry of Military Affairs to study for a year or two. Therefore, they were all around the age of 25 or 26. Clotho-Catax had been in the Ministry of Military Affairs for more than a year and knew most of them. Although he was a prince, he had an amiable personality and quickly got along with them. Everyone excitedly talked about their expectations for the war. In such a lively atmosphere, Clotho-Catax had completely forgotten that he had planned to visit his brother Adoris at the encampment of the Second Legion before he set off. But in fact, even if he went, he would not be able to talk to Adoris. At this time, the soldiers in the barracks had already been awakened by the sound of the bugle. After they quickly finished their breakfast, they skillfully wrapped their armor and rations into a bundle and hung it on a special wooden staff. They wore only short-sleeved inner shirts and had short swords tied to their waists. Their shields, spears, and javelins were all handed over to the supply camp of the Legion for transportation. This way, it would be easier for them to cross the mountains in the future. At dawn, most of the senators of the Kingdom's Senate had also arrived at the barracks. Among them, the 5 Senate chairmen, Cornelis, Sidorum, Vespa, Lysias, and Antares, came to see off the king of Devers and the army. They also came to declare to him that during his expedition, they would do their best to ensure the stability of the kingdom's affairs. On the other hand, a small number of senators, such as Assists, Antares, Nicomachus, and Tryphias, were preparing to follow the army to Latin. In fact, they could have boarded the large number of grain transport ships that departed from the port yesterday, bypassing the Strait of Messina and heading to Wolsey. But even the most honorable king of Devers had to march with the army. Of course, they could not appear to be afraid of the hardship and leave a bad impression on the ruler of the kingdom. So, they would follow the supply convoy to the north. At dawn, the Devers faced nearly 40,000 soldiers on the large field of the Turin barracks for a pre-expedition rally. Clotho-Catax, who had experienced such a grand and solemn occasion for the first time, listened to his father's speech. After listening to his father's speech, Clotho-Catax was also overwhelmed with emotions. Together with the soldiers who were in high spirits, he raised his arms and shouted, "Victory to the king of Devers! Victory to the kingdom of Dionia!" When the army began to leave the barracks, the people of the kingdom, especially the people of Turin, were already waiting on both sides of the road. Just like in the past, they used kind cheers and sincere blessings to send their loved ones off to the battlefield, winning glory and generous rewards for the kingdom. The farewell procession stretched all the way to the town of Mountain Pass. Along the way, the cheers never stopped. There were even petals sprinkling on the ground. It was as if they had returned victorious. This is why the kingdom is strong. The Devers, who rode in the middle of the procession, whispered to his son who was following beside him. Clotho-Catax looked at the cheering people on both sides of the road and nodded with deep emotion. At the beginning of March, 14th year of the Kingdom of Dionia, 379 BC, the king of Devers personally led the Second Legion, Legio IV, Legio V, Legio VI, part of the 1st Cavalry Legion, and the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade, a total of 40,000 people. They marched westward through the mountains and arrived at Laos. After that, they boarded the ships in batches and headed for the region of Latin. In fact, this team also included some of the elders and low-ranking officials of the kingdom, about 200 people, engineers, craftsmen, blacksmiths, a team of about 600 people made up of the engineers, craftsmen, blacksmiths, and so on. There were also the transport team and the pack team, which were mainly made up of countless preparatory citizens. Therefore, the whole team was huge and bloated. In addition, the merchants of Turin and Ligwim took their own ships, fully loaded with military provisions, and passed through the Strait of Messina. They took a detour to the west coast of Italy and prepared to rendezvous with the army of King of Devers and Latin. While the Devers army was marching towards Latin, the Sparta in Greece was gathering troops, planning to regain control of the Thebes. At the same time, the The Council of Elders also learned that the people of Athens were directly involved in the riot of the Thebes. This surprised and worried them. After all, if the two powerful states of central Greece were to unite again, the plan of Sparta to dominate Greece would be greatly hindered. Therefore, the two censors of Sparta immediately rushed to Athens and questioned the people of Athens in an aggressive manner. Are you going to tear up the great king's peace treaty and start a war with Sparta? Although the people of Athens were dissatisfied with Sparta and secretly helped the people of Thebes to rebel, not only did Sparta recover its strength with the support of Persia, but it also stopped the war in Asia Minor and poured all its power into the struggle for supremacy in Greece. The city-states of Greece felt great pressure. The Peloponnesus Peninsula was completely under its control. Even Corinth and Argos were obedient and did not dare to do anything unusual. The city-states of northern Greece had become its allies, and central Greece was in a mess because of it. Chapter 754. In such a situation, the people of Athens did not think that they and the Thebes alone could fight against the powerful Sparta. After an urgent consultation between the General Executive Committee and the Senate, the people of Athens chose to compromise in front of the aggressive Sparta censor. They immediately recalled the two generals of Athens who were fighting against the Thebes and held a general assembly to try them. The charge was that the two of them shouldered important public duties in Athens, but without the permission of the Athens government, they rashly entered the Thebes to fight against the Sparta, putting Athens in danger. This is a dereliction of duty and treason. Although the vast majority of the citizens of Athens supported the actions of the two generals in their hearts, they really did not want to start a war with the powerful Sparta at this time. Therefore, against their will, they voted in favor of the two generals and carried out the most severe punishment, execution, in order to appease the anger of the Sparta people. The Sparta censor returned with satisfaction. After the Council of Elders learned of the actions of Athens, they also felt relieved. Now they only needed to focus on their only enemy, the Thebes. When the news of the crushing defeat of the Carthage army and the defeat of the Iberian navy reached Carthage, it shocked the people. What saddened the leaders of Carthage was that the sacred army had suffered heavy losses. While the families were crying over the death and injury of their elite children, they were also extremely angry at the incompetence of the army commander, Mont Ardino. They clamored to remove Mont Ardino from his position and bring him back to Carthage. Through the trial of the 100 people, they would execute the cruel crucifixion on him to relieve the hatred in their hearts. The hands and feet of the criminal would be nailed to a wooden cross by iron nails and left to be exposed to the sun to bleed to death. Under the circumstances of public anger, Hanno did not defend Mont Ardino and let the Senate pass the resolution. After the Carthage Senate passed this issue, they began a heated discussion on how to deal with the Dionysian army, which was taking advantage of the victory in Sicily and marching westward. One of the new Sufites, Acriton, mustered up his courage and suggested softly, "Everyone, it seems that Dionia's army and navy are very powerful." Carthage did not make sufficient preparations and rashly went to war with Dionia. Now, can we first consider making peace with Dionia to rescue the captured citizens of Carthage? At the same time, we can prevent the western part of Sicily from being completely occupied by Dionia. As soon as Acriton said this, the Senate was in an uproar. Predicuba immediately stood up and retorted loudly, "The war has only been going on for a month, and our Carthage is going to surrender." I could not believe that such a ridiculous suggestion came from the mouth of the Honorable Sophie, whom we elected. We, Carthage, are not a small city-state. We are the leader of all the Phoenician city-states in the western Mediterranean. We control vast areas such as Sardinia, Corsica, Namibia, and southern Iberia. We monopolize the precious metal trade of the entire western Mediterranean. We are the most powerful and richest country in the western Mediterranean. But you want us to surrender to Dionia, which has been founded for less than 20 years. What will the people in the areas we control, our affiliated city-states, and our allies think? They will think that Carthage is not strong enough. They will leave us and even blow the horn of war against us, like the Namibians. Therefore, since the war with Dionia has begun, we must fight until we win." Preta Cuba's thought-provoking words moved many of the elders. At this time, Tapenracco stood up and said solemnly, "I think Lord Ockerton and every senator here want Carthage to defeat Dionia, but the current situation is, the army of Dionia is strong. They dispatched fewer troops than us, but they were able to defeat our army. Their navy also has the upper hand. We must admit that Dionia is stronger than us in terms of military strength. We are not ready yet, and we should not have rashly started a war with Dionia at this time. But because some people incited the people for their personal interests, Carthage fell into such a difficult situation today. I think we should first investigate these people who created the war and put them on trial. Only then can we ensure that the Senate will not fall into chaos when it comes to future bills." As soon as Tapenracco finished speaking, Preta Cuba immediately retorted, "My lords, is it really because the soldiers of Carthage are not brave enough, our army is not strong enough, and our navy is not good enough? No, it's because our generals are not good enough. They were both fighting in Sicily, but why was the Iberian army led by Hasdrubal able to capture Serodium, while Mont Adeno had a large army, but was defeated by Minoa city? I heard that after Monte Ardino arrived in Lille, he enjoyed fine wine every day and searched for beautiful women everywhere. He never went to the barracks to understand his troops and soldiers. During the attack on Minoa city, he never personally went to the battlefield to supervise the battle. He even hid in his big tent to drink and enjoy himself. How could such an incompetent commander inspire the fighting spirit of his soldiers? How could he formulate the right battle plan to defeat the people of Dionia? So, it is absolutely right to sentence Mont Adeno to the cross. Mont Adeno deserves to die." A senator shouted angrily. Then, many senators also spoke in agreement to express their resentment towards him. Even Hanno was extremely dissatisfied with Mont Adeno in his heart. He hated that he had misjudged Mont Adeno and caused the whole political situation to be unfavorable to him. In the midst of the noise, someone asked loudly, "Preta Cuba, since you said that Carthage lost to Dionia because of the incompetence of their commander, then who do you think can lead the army of Carthage and defeat the people of Dionia?" Hanno immediately turned around and found that the person who spoke was a senator from Maginid's faction. He could not help but curse. "Shameless." Preta Cuba immediately said loudly, "Senators, I think you have all heard of the Lusitanians in the western part of the Iberian Peninsula and the Celts in the northern mountains. Although most of the Carthage senators had not been to Iberia over the past decade or so, following Margo's conquest of the southern part of Iberia, they also learned a lot about the situation on the Iberian Peninsula. It was said that these two races were close relatives of the southern Iberians, but they were more savage and fierce than them. They lived by killing and took pride in dying in battle. Seeing that the attention of many senators was attracted by him, Preta Cuba said solemnly, "These two Iberian natives have invaded the southern territory of Iberia under the jurisdiction of Governor Margo several times, but were repelled by his army. You must know that in the Carthage army in Iberia, there are not only mercenaries, but also many Carthage militia and Phoenician allies. Such a mixed army can defeat such a fierce enemy and conquer such a large piece of land for Carthage. Why is it that the more elite sacred corps and more soldiers of Carthage were defeated by the Dionysian army, which outnumbered us?" Preta Cuba looked around at the crowd and said in a powerful voice, "That's because only a commander like a lion can lead an army as brave as a lion. As for a commander who is as weak as a lamb, even if you give him elite soldiers, he will not be able to display their bravery and fierceness. Sirs, the matter is obvious. Now in Carthage, the only person who can lead the army like a lion to victory in the war against Dionia can only be Governor Margo of Iberia." Although many people knew that Preta Cuba would eventually say the name Margo, when he said it, no one refuted it for a while. Even his opponents had to admit that in terms of military ability and achievements, no one could compare with Margo. For more than 10 years, the Carthage people had not been living in a state of peace and tranquility. They actively conquered the inland areas of Namibia south of Carthage. After the conquest, they would suppress the rebellions of the Namibians from time to time. However, the various tribes of Namibia had been under the economic control, cultural infiltration, alienation, and bribery of the Carthage people for hundreds of years. It was impossible to organize a unified alliance to fight against the attack of the Carthage people. Therefore, the intensity of the war was never great. Far from the difficulties encountered by Margot alone when he led the army to conquer the unfamiliar southern Iberia. That was why Monteidino, who had performed well on the battlefield of Namibia, was defeated by the Dionia people as soon as he came to Sicily. Unfortunately, most of the troops led by Margot are not Carthage and Phoenicians. Ocradin said faintly. He was talking about the problem that many senators were worried about before. At this time, Praetor Cuba sneered. Doesn't Lord Margot want to have more Carthage citizen soldiers? No, it's because we can't provide enough citizens to conquer the indigenous people of Iberia. What's more, now we're facing Dionia, a kingdom that can organize more than 100,000 public militia troops at one time. Can our Carthage do it? We can't. We'll even be sad if we lose a few thousand holy knights. How can we compete with Dionia? We can only rely on mercenaries and foreign troops. Everyone knows that Sparta has few citizens. For hundreds of years, they have relied on allied soldiers to fight against foreign troops and become the overlord of Greece. They have never been worried about the foreign troops under their command. And Persia, when did they not lead more foreign troops than their own soldiers? But it was precisely because of this that Persia was able to establish a strong and prosperous kingdom. What's more, when Lord Hamilco led the army to attack Syracuse more than a decade ago, there were also many Namibians, Celts, and other foreign tribes in the army. Why do we have to worry about these foreign troops who help us fight and maintain the prestige of Carthage in the Western Mediterranean? Is it because our hearts have become weak and can't adapt to the strength of Carthage? Hanno scoffed at Praetor Cuba's last rhetorical question. Of course, he was not afraid because most of the Iberian troops were mercenaries and foreign troops, but because the salaries of these troops were not provided by the institutions under the jurisdiction of Carthage Senate. They were directly paid by the Maginid family with the wealth they earned on the Iberian Peninsula. In this sense, the Iberian troops were the private troops of the Maginid family. This was what Hanno was worried about. Chapter 755. Hanno believed that many of the neutral senators opposed Margot as the commander of the Carthaginian army because of this reason. However, this reason could not be announced because Margot had complained to the Senate many times over the years, saying that the Iberian natives were numerous and fierce. The army had suffered too many losses, so he had no choice but to expand. He also asked Carthage to increase the soldiers' pay to ensure their morale. Hanno encouraged the Senate to agree to Margot's expansion of the army, but with the excuse of the constant war in Namibia, the treasury is tight. He always delayed the payment of salaries and asked Margot to find a way himself. At that time, Hanno gloated that even if Margot was not defeated by the Iberian natives, it would lead to mercenary riots due to lack of money and food. Unexpectedly, Margot survived. Not only did he conquer the vast area of southern Iberia, but his family also lived a comfortable life. When Hanno thought of this, he regretted it. Many senators were not very clear about the inside story, but it was clear that some senators who did not belong to the two factions were thoughtful because of Praetor Cuba's words. Seeing this scene, Tepenlaco reluctantly reminded, "Everyone, don't forget that the Dionians have captured many of our citizens. The army in Sicily is also in a difficult situation now. If we continue to fight, it will only make their situation more difficult. This is completely indifferent to the Carthaginian citizens, and it is irresponsible. I think proposing a truce at this time to let Dionia concentrate on destroying its strong enemies in the north, Rome and Samni, thereby expanding its territory, increasing its population, and increasing the strength of the kingdom again, is the most irresponsible approach to Carthage. If we choose to compromise, not only will Carthage bear the charge of betraying an ally, but we will also miss a great opportunity to unite with the allies and jointly attack Dionia. It will make Dionia, which is already difficult to deal with, even more difficult to deal with. Akhriton, do you think Dionia will forgive us for tearing up the agreement and provoking the war just because of our truce? Think of Tarentum. Think of Syracuse. By that time, Dionia, which had stabilized the north, would organize an army of more than 100,000 to attack the west of Sicily. After occupying it, they would send their navy to transport troops to land in Africa and attack this place. Attack Carthage. Cuba pointed to the ground, looked around at the crowd, and said in a low voice, "Everyone, if you want Carthage to become a free city in the kingdom of Dionia, then send someone to negotiate for peace." Cuba's words actually caused the noisy hall to suddenly fall silent. After a while, Akhriton said angrily, "I object. Cuba, this was malicious slander. All I ask for is a temporary truce for the sake of rescuing our captured citizens." Akhriton's stuttering words made Hanno frown. He knew that he could no longer remain silent. He could not let his side, which was already in a difficult situation, fall into the awkward situation of being criticized by others. So he stood up. Instantly, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Whether it is Akhriton's request for a temporary peace with Dionia or Cuba's insistence on continuing the war, everyone is doing this for the benefit of Carthage. It's just that their views are somewhat different. Hanno's expression was solemn as he said in a low voice, "Now, Carthage is in a difficult situation. The army has been defeated, its citizens have been captured, and the territory of Sicily is being invaded by Dionia. We should work together to overcome this difficulty, instead of quarreling here for personal grievances and ignoring the interests of the city. I suggest that we send messengers to Sicily and ask the people of Dionia to ransom our captured citizens. Even if we have to pay a large amount of food, we will not hesitate. At the same time, although I have had conflicts with Lord Margot in the past, in the face of the national interests of Carthage, personal gains and losses are nothing. Since Lord Cuba strongly recommended Margot to be the new commander of the army to fight against Dionia, and most of the senators here also think that he is the most suitable candidate, I have no objection to this. So, I suggest that the Senate appoint Margot as the new commander of Carthage's army to fight against Dionia in Sicily and win for Carthage." After Hanno finished speaking, Akhriton was stunned, Cuba was suspicious, and the senators on both sides were surprised. Suddenly, the hall fell into a strange silence. Clap, clap, clap. Isiraba's applause broke the silence of the hall, and some of the senators also followed suit. In the face of a great enemy, the two political forces of Carthage were able to bridge the conflict and fight the enemy together. This was what all the senators who were worried about the safety of Carthage hoped to see, so they did not hesitate to give their applause to Hanno, completely forgetting that it was because Hanno refused Margot's participation in the war and personally appointed Montenegro as the commander of the army, which led to the fiasco. When the applause rang through the hall, Hanno breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had to make concessions to the Magonid family, he also temporarily avoided the criticism of some senators and regained the initiative. After Leotychides won the Battle of Minoa, he easily captured Carthage's camp and seized a large number of supplies, including, of course, mountains of grain, which greatly alleviated the shortage of food for Dionia's navy and army in Sicily. After the Dionia troops occupied Germ and enjoyed a hot spring bath, in order to prevent the isolated troops from being attacked, they all returned to Minoa under his orders. The next day, Leotychides began to reorganize the troops, treat the wounded, transport supplies. At the same time, he paid close attention to the enemy's movements. As a result, the intelligence sent back by the spies surprised him. Not all of Carthage's routed troops were holed up in Serenus. Most of them retreated to Lily, and only a small number stayed in Serenus, including the remaining soldiers of Carthage's Sacred Legion. Leotychides immediately realized that this was another favorable opportunity. In order to not scare away the enemy, He let 4,000 heavy infantry of the 8th Legion board a fleet and land on the beach west of Serenus under the protection of the Navy warships to cut off the retreat of the routed troops. At the same time, he led 20,000 troops to advance west along the road by the sea. The ones who stayed behind in Serenus were the Sacred Legion, led by Malefio, and some of the Carthage militia. This was not Mont's original intention. It turned out that after the defeat in the Battle of Minoa, most of Carthage's routed troops fled to Serenus. After spending a night in fear and exhaustion, the dejected Mont wanted to continue leading his troops west, but Malefio clearly expressed his opposition. As Hanno's son-in-law, Malefio felt that this defeat would have a great impact on the Hanoverian faction. If he ignored the strong persuasion of his allies and abandoned his allies, allowing the Daionia to invade Carthage's territory, then he would not have a good ending after returning to Carthage. Besides, there were still many routed troops lost in the mountains, and they needed to stay in this city for a while, waiting for their return. At the end of the day, as a son of Carthage's noble family, Malefio had his own pride and persistence. As the defeat in this battle had lowered Mont's prestige, some of the routed troops were willing to stay behind with Malefio. After many times of persuasion to no avail, Mont angrily abandoned them and hurriedly retreated to Lille with his army, which was mainly made up of Namibians. In fact, Malefio was also very nervous, but when he learned that the Daionia had retreated from Germ, he breathed a sigh of relief. In addition to the routed troops that continued to flee back, the number of troops in Serenus had reached 3,000, which gave him some confidence. At this time, Malefio received news that a few thousand Dionysian army had landed on the west side of Serenus. While he was panicking, he also received urgent battle reports. The tens of thousands of Dionia's army had set off from Minoa, advancing quickly west along the coastal road. Malefio immediately realized that Serenus, where he was located, had become the first target of the Daionia army. What should I do? Malefio, who had just experienced a crushing defeat, fell into a dilemma. Should he retreat with his army before the enemy arrived? However, he had solemnly vowed to Monadino that he would defend Selinus. Now that he had escaped without even fighting a single battle, he did not know what kind of face Monadino would use to mock him. Stay and defend? With the 3,000 troops in the city and the citizens of Serenus, they might be able to hold on for a few months. However, some of Malefio's team officers objected. They believed that the soldiers had just experienced a defeat, and their morale was low. Moreover, the routed troops came from many troops, and it would be difficult to command a battle, not to mention tacit cooperation. More importantly, one of the team officers pointed out that in order to defend Serenus, there must be sufficient food supplies, and Serenus did not have enough food reserves, which might not be able to support the army for a long period of time. It turned out that when the Carthaginian army attacked the east and passed by Serenus, they took away the food stored in the city. As a result, during the Battle of Minoa, all the supplies stored in the Carthaginian camp were seized by the enemy. Malefio, who was inexperienced and worried about the war, suddenly realized that he had made a huge mistake. But at the same time, he had a reason to return to Lille and not be blamed. Just as Malefio was gathering his troops and preparing to retreat, the higher-ups of Serenus received the news and immediately came to dissuade him. Malefio had to spend some time to persuade them, but in the end, under the attack of Serenus's words and tears, he had no choice but to give up and send his soldiers to disperse them, preparing to force their way out of the city. Chapter 756. This infuriated the people of Serenus. They shouted angrily, "If Carthage dares to leave, Serenus will immediately surrender to Dioria." Hearing this threat, Malefio hesitated again. While the two sides were arguing, the soldiers of the 8th Legion had already arrived at the city of Serenus. Upon hearing the news, Malefio, who had climbed up the city wall, saw the enemies in black helmets and armor, and immediately remembered the scene where the Legion of Dionysia had defeated his holy knights and pursued them head-on. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He was not confident that he could lead this remnant army out of the city to repel the enemy, or successfully avoid the enemy's attack and smoothly return to Lille. After an urgent discussion with his equally terrified officers, Malifio decided to stay in the city and urgently sent a messenger to Lily to ask for help. The messenger rushed to Lily and reported to Mont that the army of Dionia is marching toward Serenus, and the retreat route of Malifio's troops has been cut off. He also informed Serenus that the army was now short of food supplies and hoped that Mont could send reinforcements. Mont, who had slightly recovered from yesterday's defeat, did not ridicule Malifio as Malifio had expected. On the contrary, he considered the possible punishment from the Senate for his defeat. For the sake of his own life, he had to repair his relationship with Malifio. So, he immediately issued a rescue order and ordered his generals to quickly gather troops. This time, he would personally lead the troops to Serenus. However, this round trip, including the time spent in between, was enough for the main force of Dionia to rush to Serenus. So, when Mont saw the Dionysian army lined up outside the city, he could only bite the bullet and fight. The bugle sounded. The two sides did not fight for long, and the Namibian soldiers with low morale were quickly defeated. Although the battle this time in a vast area allowed the Namibian cavalry to display their abilities, it did not affect the overall situation at all. The reinforcements led by Montenegro were routed and fled in panic back to Lily. The Dionysian army also suffered minor losses, so Malifio, who was watching the battle from the top of the city wall, completely gave up on the idea of a pincer attack. On the other hand, Leotychides didn't order his soldiers to chase after Mont Adeno's defeated army. Instead, he ordered his army to build a camp outside of Selinus, as though he wanted to completely surround this city that once caused the war between Carthage and Syracuse for more than 10 years. In the meantime, Monte Ardino, who had fled to Lilith, did not give up his efforts. He sent messengers to Palermos, ordering Hasdrubal to lead the Iberian army to the rescue of Selinus. Hasdrubal did not listen to Mont Adeno's orders in the first place. Now that he heard that the main force of Carthage was defeated by the Dionia, even though they had the advantage in terms of military strength, he ignored Mont Adeno even more. Poor Malifio watched as the Dionia camp outside the city expanded and became stronger day by day. He even heard that the spies reported that the Dionia were building super siege towers in the camp. Naturally, his mood became more and more anxious day by day. The only fortunate thing was that Dionia's blockade of the sea was not too strict. The fast ships sent by Selinus evaded the enemy's interception many times and went to Carthage to ask for help. A few days later, the Senate of Carthage finally stopped arguing and reached a resolution. Mont Adeno was removed from his position as the commander of the Carthage army and was escorted back to Carthage for trial. Governor Margo of Iberia was appointed as the new commander of the army. During his absence, Senator Pamilca temporarily took over his duties and urgently dealt with the affairs of the Sicilian army. Pamilca did not belong to Margo's faction, nor was he close to Hanno. Instead, he belonged to the neutral faction of the Senate. However, unlike Asaruba, he had a good relationship with the other two factions. Perhaps for this reason, his election as acting commander was also recognized by most senators. After receiving the appointment, Pamilca immediately took a boat to Lily and announced the Senate's decision to Mont Adeno. Mont Adeno, who had long expected this result, did not resist and was taken away by the guards. After all, as the patriarch of a famous family in Carthage, his resistance or even escape would seriously affect the future of his family and the reputation of his family. Pamilca personally escorted Mont Adeno to the port. Before boarding the ship, the ashen-faced Mont Adeno could not help but remind, Dionia is different from the enemies we have encountered before. Their soldiers fight bravely, their generals are also very cunning, and the combat effectiveness of our Namibian troops is really worrying. So even if we have more troops than them, we must be vigilant in battle. Pamilca thanked him for the reminder. Finally, Mont Adeno let out a long sigh. The Senate has been worried for so long, but in the end, they still let Margo, the leader of the foreigners, become the commander of the Carthage army. This is not a good thing for Carthage. Pamilca silently watched Mont Adeno board the passenger ship, and then he turned and returned to Lily City. The next thing he had to do was to solve the conflict between the Carthage fleet and the Iberian fleet. Since the Iberian fleet was built by the Maganid family with their own money, Margot did not want the fleet to be controlled by the Senate. Therefore, as the fleet commander of the Maganid family, Audiobook did not want the fleet to belong to the Carthage fleet and accept the command of the fleet commander, Anubis. In the name of the acting commander, Pamilka invited Anubis and Audiobook to the residence of the commander of Lily City to discuss matters and solemnly announce the Senate's decision to the two of them. The Iberian fleet accepted the command of Anubis, the commander of the Carthage fleet, as a prerequisite for Margot to take over as the commander of the Carthage army. Audiobook looked at Ambelos, who gave him a friendly smile. Audiobook was not fooled by a smile. When he was in Iberia, he had heard from Margot that Anubis was not friendly to the Maganid faction. Of course, he had once been close to the Maganid family in the Senate. That was why he had become the commander of the Carthage navy when Himmerko led the army to attack Syracuse more than 20 years ago and defeated the main Syracuse fleet led by Leptinus. However, the Carthage army suffered a crushing defeat under the city of Syracuse. In order to survive, Himmerko, who was in a difficult situation, had a secret talk with Dionysius in private. In order to keep it a secret, he did not tell Anubis. As a result, Himmerko led his trusted aides on a dozen ships and successfully escaped, while the Carthage fleet led by Anubis was besieged in the big port of Syracuse and almost lost everything. Under the desperate rescue of his subordinates, he took a fast ship and barely escaped with his life. From then on, he hated the Maganid family and became a neutral party. In fact, it was also because of this that the Senate continued to give him the heavy responsibility of commanding the Carthage fleet in order to check and balance Margot, who had already grasped a powerful military force. Although Audiobook knew Margot's desire for the position of commander of the Carthage army, he felt uneasy about letting the Iberian fleet fall under Anubis' command. However, the recent defeat in the naval battle had worn down a lot of his unyielding spirit. He did not dare to directly object, so he said, "This fleet was built by Lord Margot himself. I can't make the decision and must seek Lord Margot's approval." Pamilka did not insist, but immediately sent a messenger to Iberia to consult Margot's opinion. In the meantime, he also sent a messenger to Hasdrubal, who was stationed in Palamos, hoping that the young and promising general could lead the army south and rescue the besieged Carthage army. Pamilka's humble tone was very much to Hasdrubal's liking, and he almost immediately decided to lead the army to set off. Fortunately, Kasego reminded him, "Defeat the enemy and save the allies. When the time comes, who will get the credit? Perhaps the Senate will think that Pamilka can also command us as commander, so there is no need for Lord Margot." Hasdrubal listened to the opinion and did not respond to Pamilka. He continued to lead the army to stay in Palamos and watch the battle. Pamilka could do nothing about it. But a few days later, Margot's reply came. He agreed to Pamilka's suggestion to let the Iberian fleet listen to the command of Anubis, the commander of the Carthage navy, but requested that Anubis not interfere in the management of the fleet. Thus, the Carthaginian fleet and the Iberian fleet were unified under Anubis' command, causing the total strength of his navy to reach about 540 warships, of which 432 were the main combat force. It could be said that they were very powerful. At the same time, the mission that Pamilka gave Anubis also came. In view of the critical situation in Selinus, Lilib had to urgently transport food and soldiers, requesting the Carthage fleet to escort the fleet. In fact, during this time, the Dionysian army had launched several attacks on the city of Selinus, and Malefio had repeatedly sent fast ships to Lilib to ask for help. Although the Carthage Senate had already transported the first batch of 4,000 mobilized Carthage citizen soldiers to Lilib, in view of the current state of the Carthage army, Pamilka did not dare to lead the army to rescue them by land. He set his sights on the sea, where Dionysia's military power was relatively weak. Through sea transport, reinforcements were transported to Selinus, strengthening Selinus' defenses and using it to delay the enemy and exhaust the enemy's spirit, waiting for the arrival of the army, led by Margot. But Anubis had refused Pamilka's request many times before. The reason was that the command of the Iberian fleet had not yet been settled, and they could not cooperate on the battlefield, which could easily lead to failure. And the strength of the Carthage fleet alone was not enough to match the Ionia fleet. Although the Carthage fleet had been docked in the military ports of the various city-states of the western end of Sicily, Anubis had been paying attention to the movements of the Ionia Sicilian fleet and had some understanding of the strength of its fleet. Of course, on the other hand, he was also urging Pamilka to solve the problem of the Iberian fleet as soon as possible. Chapter 757. Now that the problem had been solved and Anubis was still biding his time, Pamilka naturally had to send someone to question him. To this, Anubis's answer was that the Iberian fleet had just been incorporated and needed some time to train, strengthen understanding, and cooperate. A few days later, Anubis finally arrived at Lilibo City. He told Pamilka, "I've already gathered all the warships in the guild. Tomorrow, they will be escorting your transport fleet to reinforce Selinus. I hope you can make the preparations now." Tomorrow? Pamilka looked out the window at the sky covered by thick clouds and felt a little uneasy. He said hesitantly, "I heard from my subordinates that the experienced sailors at the port judged, based on the weather over the past few days, that not only will there be continuous rain in the southwestern waters of Sicily for the next 2 days, but the waves will also be very strong. There will be a certain degree of risk for ships sailing at sea." Anubis replied with a calm expression, "It's precisely because of the risk that the Dionysian fleet is likely to hide in the port and not dare to go out to sea. That's why our fleet can smoothly enter Serenus port." "But what if the Dionysian fleet moves out?" Pamilka asked cautiously. "That's the great opportunity I've been waiting for to defeat the Dionysian fleet." Anubis's eyes shone brightly as he said confidently, "Whoever is more accustomed to the sea conditions here, whose ship handling skills are better, who is more familiar with this area of the sea, will win this naval battle. And the warships controlled by our Carthage sailors will undoubtedly have the upper hand." The next morning, the Carthage subfleets that received orders set off from their respective ports and hurried to the sea near Lilibo port to assemble. In the port, hundreds of laborers and slaves were carrying food to the cargo ships docked at the port, and teams of soldiers were also boarding passenger ships in an orderly manner. Countless ships crowded in the port, and countless laborers were busy. Such a busy scene reflected in Pamilka's eyes, but he could not help but show some nervousness on his face. "Anubis, the safety of this fleet for now on depends on you," he said expectantly to the commander of the navy beside him. Anubis said calmly, "Don't worry, as long as we work together. Even if the Dionysian fleet appears, we have the confidence to send them to the sea to feed the fish. Don't you think so, Audiobook?" "Yes, General Anubis. The Iberian fleet would be happy to defeat the Dionysian fleet under your command and create convenience for Sir Margot's land attack," Audiobook replied in a seemingly respectful manner. Pamilka turned his head to look at the two important figures in Carthage's fleet, frowned, and hesitated to speak. At this moment, Anubis said, "It's windy." "It's the northwest wind," Audiobook added. Pamilka saw the waves in the harbor, and then he felt a chill on his face. It was raining. In the blink of an eye, the beach under his feet was densely packed with small holes from the raindrops. He could not help but secretly rejoice that he had made the fleet prepare for the rain in advance. The rain also hastened the preparations of the entire fleet. Not long after, the Lord of Lily, Semimle, hurried over to inform Pamilka that the fleet was ready. "Let's also get on the ship and get ready to set off." After Anubis finished speaking, he walked towards the military harbor not far away. Audiobook followed closely behind. The Iberian fleet was docked in the military harbor. In addition, there was a special warship, which was Anubis's flagship. It had its own name, the Double-Headed Dragon. Before the rise of Syracuse, Carthage was already the maritime power of the western Mediterranean Sea. 100 years ago, all the city-states in the western Mediterranean Sea knew that Carthage was the maritime overlord of the western Mediterranean Sea. Even though they had been at war with Syracuse for the past few decades, with both sides winning and losing in real naval battles, Carthage had never suffered defeat. The two defeats of Carthage's navy were both because it was trapped in the harbor, unable to display its advantages. The Carthage navy not only relied on its huge reserve of people with rich maritime experience, but also the technological advantages accumulated over hundreds of years. The people of Carthage had always been at the forefront of technological innovation in the Mediterranean Sea, especially in the past 10 years, when Ionia replaced Syracuse as the hegemon of the Western Mediterranean Sea. The strength of its navy had actually made Carthage feel threatened. Although Carthage's focus had shifted to the inland development of Africa, maritime trade was the foundation of Carthage. It was precisely the advantage of the sea that led to the strength and prosperity of Carthage. How could they easily give it up? Therefore, the shipsmiths of Carthage developed the four-tiered, or warship. It was a warship that was taller, longer, and wider than the main warship that was popular among the forces in the Mediterranean Sea, the three-tiered, or warship. It had a maximum of 250 sailors, with 4 rows of oars on both sides. Therefore, its fastest speed was slightly slower than the three-tiered or warship. Its heavy hull made it less agile, but its wide deck was enough to accommodate a large number of soldiers for hand-to-hand combat. Due to the size of its hull, the people of Carthage had reinforced it. Therefore, it had extra protection against collision tactics. At the same time, it rarely used collision tactics in battle. Instead, it relied more on grappling hooks to hold itself together with the enemy ship and then jump to the side. It was obviously a warship designed to counter the navy of Ionia. Of course, the people of Carthage, who had been using traditional naval tactics and traditional warships for hundreds of years, were cautious about this new warship. Until now, they had only built 20 of them, which were scattered among the various subfleets. Some of them even served as the flagship of various naval generals. The flagship that Onoba was riding on was different. It was a huge warship that was pieced together by 2 four-tiered or warships. The shipwrights of Carthage spent 3 years solving many technical problems before they were able to develop it. It lowered the height of the hull, and from the bow to the stern, the bottom of the 2 ships were tightly welded together with the sturdiest wooden planks. Then, a tall city tower was built on the wide deck, turning it into a real fortress on the sea. There were enough crew members, soldiers, and archers stationed in the city tower. For any enemy ship that wanted to jump to the side, it would be a disaster. Of course, there was no doubt that it was sailing slowly. The twin-headed dragon was a legendary sea monster in Carthage. It often raised huge waves, sank ships, and devoured the crew. It was the nightmare of Carthage children when they were young. The people of Carthage named the flagship of the Carthage fleet after the twin-headed dragon. Obviously, they had high hopes for it. The twin-headed dragon left the military port. The entire sea outside the port was already full of warships, rising and falling under the surging tide like a floating forest. The addition of the Iberian fleet had even expanded the area of this forest. Onoba divided the enormous fleet into 3 parts: the front, middle, and back. He himself was in charge of the middle, and the Iberian fleet was in the back. It seemed to show his selflessness. At the same time, in view of the wind and waves on the sea, he ordered the entire fleet to stay away from the coast. The warships were to widen the distance between each other and lower the sails. However, they had to maintain a high degree of concentration to prevent themselves from falling behind. When the dozen or so bugles on the twin-headed dragon sounded, this enormous fleet that was 10 kilometers wide and 10 kilometers long began to advance along the coast towards Serenus. They wanted to open up a safe sea passage for the fleet behind them. Speaking of which, it was strange. When the fleet began to advance, the wind and waves gradually weakened, and the rain also stopped. The crew members all thought that the sea god was protecting them, and they were all very excited. The distance between Lily and Serenus was more than 90 kilometers on land, and it was a little longer by sea. Also, because of the wind and waves, the Carthage fleet only reached the sea near Serenus at noon. Onoba ordered the fleet to line up on the sea east of Serenus and maintain vigilance. After giving the order, he sat in the spacious and comfortable city tower, eating a steaming hot lunch while talking to his subordinates. There was no tense atmosphere of a war that could break out at any time, and he could not feel the slightly cold sea breeze outside. Actually, Onoba was a little conflicted. The Iberian fleet had just been integrated, and they still needed time to get used to it. Also, they had suffered a defeat before, and they also needed time to recover their morale. But at the same time, as a proud admiral of the Carthage Navy, he also wanted to personally test the strength of the Ionian Navy that had maintained a strong position in the Western Mediterranean all these years. He wanted to crush their spirit and let them taste the power of the Carthage Navy. He drank 2 mouthfuls of juice, took the cloth that the servant handed to him, wiped his mouth, and stood up. He was already more than 50 years old, and his digestive ability had deteriorated. Normally, he did not eat much, but today he had unknowingly eaten too much. His stomach was bloated, and he felt a little uncomfortable. He paced back and forth to help with digestion. At this time, the captain of the twin-headed dragon came in to report. "General, the fleet has begun to enter the port. Has there been any discovery from the east?" Onoba asked. "Not yet. I hope the fleet can quickly unload the cargo so that we can return earlier. The current weather is really a little worrying." The adjutant said worriedly. "Even if the Dionia fleet discovers us, I'm afraid they won't dare to come out." Onoba did not say anything. He silently looked out the window. The clouds had almost completely blocked the sun. It was noon, but it seemed like dusk. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and the sea was also pitch black. In the distance, the sea and the sky merged into one, making it impossible to see far. Although the rain had stopped and the wind had stopped, the air was filled with thick water vapor. Finally, Onoba spoke. "Go and urge the fleet to speed up." On the mast of the 4-tier battleship at the forefront of the Carthage fleet, the lookout hugged the wooden post tightly with both hands and looked forward with difficulty. The dark clouds hanging over his head made him a little frightened. He complained to the captain in his heart. "How can the Dionysian fleet go out to sea in such bad weather? There's no need to keep me on the mast at all. If there's a heavy rain or thunder, that's no laughing matter." Chapter 758. Suddenly, the lookout blinked and hooked his right hand and right foot onto the mast. His whole body leaned forward, his left hand resting on his forehead, and his eyes widened. Under the dim sky in the distance, a few black dots appeared on the surface of the sea. After a while, the number of black dots doubled, and after a while, the lookout shuddered and immediately shouted, "Enemy ship spotted! The Dionia fleet is here!" The news that the Dionia's second fleet had defeated the Iberian fleet on the north coast made Sachary's heart itch. Although, as the commander of the Sicilian fleet, he also contributed to the victory of this naval battle, he disdained to snatch Flario's credit. However, the Carthage fleet had never appeared on the south coast, making it impossible for him to fight a decisive battle. At this time, because the land forces were about to attack Selinus, he saw an opportunity. So, after discussing with Leotychides, he formulated a plan. By besieging Selinus, they would lure the Carthage fleet to rescue them from the sea, thus achieving the goal of a decisive battle. In order to ensure the victory of the final battle, Sicerian had even transferred the second fleet that was stationed in Messina over. This resulted in Dionia's fleet in Sicily having 600 warships and 485 three-oared warships. This was a huge number, and Sicerian firmly believed that the Carthaginian navy would not be able to match up to them. Every day, Sacri sent out many fast ships to the south coast of Sicily, and some even ventured to the west coast to scout the enemy. But for a few days, there was still no movement from the Carthage fleet. Leotychides was the first to become restless. Although the Dionysian army was feigning an attack on Selinus, there were still casualties every day. Moreover, there were troops stationed in the city for a long time, and not far away, Lalibo's army was ready to make a move. Although it was not very strong, the Iberian army in Palermo's worried him. Moreover, it was not too far away. Once a few Carthage fleets attacked at the same time, the Dionysian army, which did not have much of an advantage in terms of military strength, would be in trouble. Therefore, Leotychides believed that they could not wait any longer. They must immediately attack Selinus with all their strength, so that the Dionysian army could gain a foothold in western Sicily controlled by Carthage. Of course, Sacre objected. His reason was that as long as the Carthage fleet was defeated, the Ionian navy would gain an absolute advantage in the sea. The west coast of Sicily would be under the control of the Ionia fleet, which would be of greater help to the land forces. He persuaded Leotychides to be patient and wait a little longer. The two sides argued, but a letter from the Devers and the Ministry of Military Affairs resolved their dispute. In the letter, the Devers asked Leotychides to strengthen the attack on western Sicily. The Devers had higher expectations for Sacre. They hoped that he could completely defeat the Carthage navy, cut off the sea connection between Carthage and Sicily, and even threaten Carthage itself. Therefore, this letter forced Leotychides to agree to continue the plan of luring the Carthage fleet. Early this morning, the movement caused by the large-scale assembly of the Carthage warships on the Sea of Lily could not escape the eyes of the Ionia clippers. When news was quickly sent back to Agrigento, Sacre was overjoyed. He immediately ordered all the warships to assemble and prepare for battle. Although Flarios reminded him with some concern, "Commander, the weather at sea today is not very good," but Sacre had always been known for his boldness in battle. Even in his middle age, this characteristic of his had not diminished. He had waited for this opportunity with great difficulty, so how could he let it go? So he said resolutely, "If the Carthage fleet dares to go to sea, why can't we?" At the beginning of March 14th of the Kingdom of Ionia, 379 BC, on the third day after the Devers led the army, left Turiae, and headed north to Latinum, the Sicilian fleet of Ionia and the Carthage navy encountered the sea near Selinus. The sky was dark and gloomy, but there was no wind or waves. This could be said to be the largest naval battle in Greek history. After learning that the Dionysian fleet had appeared, Anubis was a little surprised, but at the same time, relieved. He stared out the window, thought for a moment, and quickly made a decision. The warships in the front will follow the original route and advance to meet the enemy. The warships in the middle will move east and spread out as much as possible on the right side of the front. The Iberian fleet at the back will follow the fleet in front to prevent the Ionia warships from attacking the fleet at the back after breaking through the interception. The reason why Arnabas made such a deployment was that, according to his understanding of this area of the sea, although it was calm now, judging from the weather, it would probably still be windy and rainy, and it would most likely be from the southwest. Thus, the Carthaginian warships had to first occupy an advantageous position in order to fight later. Thurian, on the other hand, did not think so far ahead. He deployed the main force of the first fleet close to the coast, and sent the third fleet led by Flarios to face Carthage's constantly extending flank. His idea was to use all his strength to destroy the enemy in the front, and put on a posture of attacking the fleet in the rear to rescue Selinus, forcing Carthage's spread-out formation to have no choice but to pull back to rescue. This would not only exhaust the enemy's strength, but also cause chaos in Carthage's fleet. Flute, 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 flute. The speed at which the sailors pushed the wooden oars increased with the sound of the double-barreled flutes. The Raven warship at the forefront of Ionia's fleet was advancing rapidly. The seawater split by the bow of the warship flew again and again onto the suspension bridge erected next to the foremast, splashing water everywhere. The 12-meter-long wooden bridge almost became a wave shield for the warship. Stephacas was still a sailor in the Ionian navy during the Southern Italian War. He was proud of having experienced all the battles in which this newly built fleet defeated the powerful Syracuse navy. Now he was the commander of the second fleet of the first fleet of Ionia, commanding his warship to charge at the forefront of the fleet, about to engage in battle with the most powerful maritime hegemony in the western Mediterranean, Carthage. But he was far less excited than the sailors. Instead, he calmly watched the oncoming Carthage warship. He felt that the other party's speed was not very fast. With his rich experience, he immediately realized that the other party was probably not going to collide head-on with his warship, but was controlling the warship's inertia so that it could nimbly circle around the front and avoid being hooked by the Raven suspension bridge. After all, the unique tactics of the Ionian navy were no longer secret. Moreover, Carthage's fleet had been defeated in the naval battle, so they were probably prepared. Prepare to intercept. Stephacas decisively shouted the order. The operator of the suspension bridge at the bow, the boatswain at the cabin, and the helmsman at the stern immediately repeated the order. The crew maintained a high degree of tension and concentration. The two warships were rapidly approaching each other. Stephacas looked ahead, judging the best time to act. Suddenly, he shouted, "Intercept to the left." The helmsman moved the rudder, and the sailor on the left reduced the force of the oar, while the sailor on the right increased the force of the oar. The warship quickly moved diagonally to the left. This was a very dangerous tactical maneuver. Actively exposing the waist of the warship to the enemy's ram was undoubtedly a big taboo in today's naval battles. Even for the Ionia warship with the Raven suspension bridge, it was quite dangerous because the distance was too close and the enemy ship was advancing at high speed. If the crew was not focused enough and did not cooperate well, it was likely that the warship would be hit by the enemy before the suspension bridge could be lowered. But Stephacas was full of confidence in the skills and tacit cooperation of his crew. This confidence came from the results of rigorous training day after day, year after year. Even so, the suspension bridge operators were still operating with a high degree of tension. Some quickly turned the suspension bridge according to the direction of the enemy ship's attack, while others hurriedly loosened the rope tied to the mast, pulling it tightly as they stared at the charging enemy ship and shouted. Everyone's face was covered in sweat, and the muscles on their arms bulged with tension. Originally, Captain Carthage was ready to deflect the warship to avoid the enemy's attack on the Raven suspension bridge, but the Raven warship suddenly turned horizontally in front of Captain Carthage. He froze for a moment. While he was stunned, the warship had already rushed a few meters forward. He immediately understood and hurriedly gave the order to turn the warship to the right. Carthage's sailors responded quickly, and the rushing warship quickly turned to the right. But it was already a little too late. The Ionia warship happened to be moving in the same direction as their warship, and instead of slowing down, it increased its speed and closed in. The Raven suspension bridge was immediately lowered, and the 40 fleet infantrymen on the ship immediately rushed out of the cabin, crossed the suspension bridge, and killed their way into the enemy's ship. After knowing the combat characteristics of the Dionysian fleet, Anubis was not unprepared. During this period of time, he had asked Carthage and his allies to make a large number of daggers and equip them with the sailors, because only such light and compact weapons would not affect their rowing, and at the same time, give them some ability to defend themselves and fight back. However, on the long and narrow warship, they could not make use of the advantage of numbers. Most of these Carthage civilians who served as sailors had not undergone formal infantry training, and were completely no match for the aggressive infantrymen of the Dionysian fleet, except for the fact that they did not wear the standard heavy infantry equipment of the Legion of Dionysia. The intensity of the Dionysian fleet's daily training was no less than that of the army. Not only did they need to be proficient in short sword stabs, sword and shield attacks, chessboard formations, javelins and charges, and group cooperation. In addition, they also put more effort into two training: rapid landings and long-distance swimming. Therefore, the infantrymen of the Dionysian fleet could be said to be well-trained. The Carthage sailors were equipped with daggers, and although they caused some trouble for the infantrymen, they were quickly defeated by their fierce attacks. Ilias even joined the Ionian navy, and because of his superb ship-handling skills, he later became a captain of the First Fleet. Because of the weather, the Dionysian fleet had also widened the gap between their warships. This gave the fast three-decker or warships more leeway to unleash their combat power. Ilias had long set his eyes on an enemy warship that was tangling with his own Raven warship. He commanded his warship to charge forward quickly, attempting to sneak an attack on the enemy's tail. Unexpectedly, the enemy had already sensed it and dodged in time, then nimbly evaded the Raven warship's approach. Obviously, the enemy warship had considered that it would be disadvantageous for it to fight two enemies at once. It began to speed up and retreat, hoping to widen the distance between it and the slower Raven warship. It wanted to first deal with the three-decker or warship that did not have a drawbridge. The captain of the Carthage warship obviously believed that as long as it was not the Raven warship, Carthage would definitely win in a normal battle of warships. At this time, Ilia's warship had already turned around and began to chase after the Raven warship. Both sides began to speed up as they chased after the Raven warship. Soon, the Raven warship was left behind. Looking at the enemy warship that was hot on their heels, Captain Carthage shouted, "Turn right and turn around." As soon as he finished speaking, the sailors immediately responded. Captain Carthage's plan was that his sudden turn would catch the fast-moving enemy warship off guard and push it to the front. This would then cause the situation to change. But this moment his eyes suddenly widened. The speed of the enemy warship had increased again. It was almost as if it was floating from the surface of the sea, heading straight for him. His decades of experience as a warship sailor told him that the fastest speed of a three-decker or warship would not exceed 13 knots. He had used this as the basis for his strategy. However, the ship behind him had obviously exceeded this speed. Its speed had actually reached 15 knots in an instant. As Carthage's warship had to slow down in order to change direction, he watched in shock as the black bronze ram of the enemy warship slammed into the rear of his warship. With a loud bang, the huge impact caused the tens of meters long Carthage warship to turn half a circle, almost capsizing. The captain fell heavily on the deck. Ignoring the pain, he quickly hugged the mast beside him. The sailors in the cabin were all over the place, crying out in alarm. Among them was a shrill scream. It was the helmsman at the stern who could not escape in time. His chest was pierced by the broken planks of the ship. Blood splattered everywhere, and it was obvious that he would not survive. The warship's upturned stern was directly broken, and seawater poured in from the gap. The sailors of Carthage were not in the mood to row at this time. The experienced ones immediately broke the oars, grabbed the oars, rushed to the deck, and jumped into the sea. After the fast three-decker or warship crashed into the enemy warship, it circled half a circle. After confirming the result of the battle, Ilias announced loudly, "Brothers, we've sunk one." Cheers immediately rang out in the cabin. "Captain, there's a big warship in front." At this moment, the lookout on the mast shouted anxiously. "Big." Ilias was stunned at first, but immediately understood. A warship larger than a three-decker or warship could only be the legendary four-decker or warship. Although he had never seen one before, Dionia's Ministry of Military Affairs had always regarded Carthage as their strongest enemy. They spared no effort in collecting and researching military intelligence. How could they not know about the new achievements of the Carthage Navy over the years? They had specially analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of this warship that was larger and taller than the three-decker or warship. They had even specially trained the captains of the warships to learn and understand it. Therefore, Ilias immediately had an idea in his mind. Go around it and find another target. The clumsy four-decker or warship won't be able to catch up to us. However, the lookout on the mast continued to shout, "This four-decker or warship is turning and heading towards a Raven warship diagonally ahead of us. It's connected with the enemy ship." Ilias' heart tightened. It was said that Carthage's four-decker or warship was equipped with 50 to 60 infantrymen and could carry out a jump ship battle. The Raven warship in front was fighting with the enemy ship. If they encountered another attack from it, they would be in a very dangerous situation. Right front, full speed ahead. Catch up to that big ship. He gave the order decisively. The sailors, still in the excitement of victory, immediately pushed the oars with all their might. The warship drew an arc of water on the surface of the sea as it accelerated forward. Not long after, Ilias saw the full appearance of Carthage's four-decker or warship. Its wide hull was a full 2 meters taller than his own warship. A layer of oars bulged out from the middle of both sides of the ship, like the skirt of the warship, and he could vaguely see the dense number of oarsmen inside. Ilias counted carefully. There were indeed 4 layers of oars. Carthage's four-decker or warship had obviously seen the approaching Dionia warship, but did not dodge or evade. and continued to sail towards the Raven warship in front without fear. "Charge! Clip its oars!" Ilias calmly gave the order. The reason why he did not give the order to ram was because he remembered that Commander Sikorian had emphasized that the warship's hull was relatively sturdy and was said to be able to withstand a few collisions. Therefore, Ilias was afraid that he would not be able to sink it and would instead be attacked by the enemy ship due to its proximity. The warship's speed was quickly increased to 13 knots, and it was still rising. Soon, it had caught up with the enemy ship. The helmsman nervously controlled the rudder to ensure that the warship was facing the right side of the enemy's hull without deviation. "Retract the oars." Ilias gave the order, and the oarsmen skillfully retracted the oars into the hull. The warship charged forward according to inertia, ready to brush past the enemy's ship. Unexpectedly, the Carthage sailors also retracted their oars in time, though they had more oars. The archers on the deck also fired arrows at Ilias's warship, and at the same time threw down a dozen rope hooks. In order to increase the speed of the fast three-decker or warship, there were no railings on both sides of the deck. Apart from the mast, the deck was bare, and there was no place for the rope to hook. Instead, the arrows that were shot down hit the watchman on top of the mast, and he fell straight onto the deck. A few arrows passed through the gaps in the middle of the deck and fell into the hold of the ship, causing a few screams. The Dionia sailors were slightly flustered. Fortunately, the fast three-decker or warship was very fast, and before the enemy could fire a second round of arrows, it had already brushed past the enemy ship and rushed to the front. Ilias, who had drilled out of the hold, immediately ordered the warship to turn back, assuming a posture to continue attacking. However, Carthage's four-decker or warship ignored its provocation, still maintaining its course, and continued to close in on the Raven warship ahead. The infantry of the Raven warship had already rushed out from the bottom of the enemy's ship and began to accelerate back to their own warship. However, the enemy four-decker or warship was only a dozen meters away from them, and there was no time to dodge. At this moment, another lookout on Ilias's warship, who had just climbed up the mainmast, suddenly shouted excitedly, "Captain, another fast warship! The other fast warship is about to collide." Before he finished speaking, Ilias heard a loud bang. The huge hull of the four-decker or warship in front of him seemed to have sneezed, and with a jolt, its forward speed came to an abrupt halt. The startled cries of the sailors on the ship rang out incessantly. Although the huge hull of the four-decker or warship blocked his line of sight, and he could not see the situation on the other side of the enemy's ship, through the lookout, Ilias knew that his comrade had driven the warship to collide with the enemy bravely. Chapter 760. But such a risky method also put them in a dangerous situation because the enemy ship did not capsize and order was quickly restored. Ilias could see many infantrymen with long spears surging out from the deck of the enemy ship. The enemy was going to jump ship and fight. Ilias' heart tightened, and the words that the commander of the Sicilian fleet, Sikorian, often said to them during training suddenly surfaced in his mind. The army often says that we, the Navy, only know how to fight alone and don't know what teamwork is. They don't understand it at all. If a warship does not have the captain, helmsmen, sailors, lookouts, the close cooperation and skillful control of the warship, can it defeat the enemy? And for a fleet, the Crow warship is a bear. It bravely advances, rampages, and sweeps away all obstacles. The fast three-tiered warship is a wolf, fast and agile, looking for an opportunity to ram the enemy ship fiercely. The fast ships are our horses, passing on all kinds of orders and messages in time. All warships must work closely together to kill the enemy. Only then can we ensure the victory of a naval battle. And in my fleet, I would like to make an even higher request. On the battlefield, all warships must help each other and make up for each other's weaknesses. If anyone sees their own warship in trouble and does not go to help, and I find out later, I, the Sikorian, can guarantee to the captain of this warship that he will not even be able to be a citizen of Dionia. Full speed ahead. Target: the four-tier hull of the enemy ship ahead on the right. Prepare to ram. Ilias roared, gritting his teeth. Charge speed. The bosun immediately shouted. The flutist puffed out his chest again, puffed out his cheeks, and played without stopping. Even though they were a little tired, the sailors' faces showed a mixture of nervousness and excitement. "We're going to ram that huge warship and sink it." Once again, they pushed the oars with all their might with their somewhat numb hands. The speed of the warship increased rapidly. Ilias looked at the enemy ship in front of him, rapidly enlarging in his eyes. He shouted, "Ram!" and quickly hugged the mast with both arms. The sailors in the cabin heard the warning and immediately tightened the oars. They lowered their bodies, their hands tightly gripping the copper rings on both sides of their seats. Amidst the cries of alarm from the enemy on the four-tiered or warship, the warship viciously rammed into the enemy's hull. With a loud bang, the ship shook violently. The Carthage infantrymen who were standing on the deck and preparing to jump to the Dionia battleship on the other side were pushed by a huge force. Many of them fell directly into the sea. The bronze ram of the fast warship broke through the planks of the side of the enemy's ship, but could not further enlarge the gap because there was still a layer of planks inside. Although it was cracked, it did not break. The seawater could only seep in little by little, but it prevented the fast warship from moving forward. Seeing this, Ilias immediately shouted, "Retreat! Retreat quickly!" He had to break away from the enemy ship while the enemy was still in a panic, and then crash into it. Otherwise, he would be in trouble like his teammate on the other side. However, Carthage's men reacted quickly. Just as the Dionia sailors began to row backwards, the arrows flew down. The distance was too close, and Ilias could not dodge in time. He was hit by 3 arrows in a row, and with a muffled groan, he fell into the cabin and was caught by the bosun in time. There were also people in the cabin with arrows in their hands. The screams of pain caused the sailors to become a little chaotic. "Don't panic. Row back together. Piper!" The bosun shouted loudly. Beep, beep, beep. The high-pitched sound of the double-barreled flute sounded, covering the screams of pain and calming the sailors. Just as they began to row, they heard another loud scream from the enemy ship in front of them, followed by another loud bang. The enemy ship shook violently again, and the force transmitted to the Dionia battleship that was connected to it. The sailors swayed left and right, and it was a mess. Ilias woke up from the shaking. It turned out that, as the captain of the warship, he was wearing leather armor according to the rules. The 2 arrows in his chest were blocked by the armor, and he only suffered some superficial wounds. However, his arm was pierced by an arrow, and he fainted from the pain. "What happened?" he asked, enduring the pain. "It's the Raven battleship. It hit the head of the enemy's ship." The lookout slid down from the mast and reported to him. "Captain, the enemy ship is broken. It's flooded." The lookout at the front mast also ran over and said excitedly. It turned out that both sides of the Carthage's forward battleship had been hit by the fast battleship, and it was clamped in place, unable to move. Immediately after, the Raven battleship slammed into its bow, and the strong reaction force forced the already somewhat cracked hull to come into close contact with Ilias's battleship again. With a muffled, creaking sound, the bronze ram pierced into the bottom of the ship. The Carthage sailors fled in panic. "Quick! Quick! Retreat!" Ilias shouted anxiously. As the sailors rowed, a few Carthage soldiers had already jumped onto the deck in panic. After pulling away from the enemy's ship, Ilias ordered the sailors to pick up the wooden oars, and with the advantage in numbers, they chased the few Carthage soldiers into the sea. At this moment, Ilias heaved a sigh of relief and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. The bosun hurried over and used a dagger to cut off the shaft of the arrow on his left arm. As for the arrowhead, it could only wait until the end of the battle and be dug up by the medical camp on shore. At this moment, the enemy ship in front of them had already tilted to the left, and the crew jumped into the sea like dumplings into a pot. Seeing this, Ilias sighed and said, "This is indeed a good ship, but it's not very suitable for battle." "Captain, look," the bosun reminded. Ilias turned his head and looked, only to see a fast, 3-oared battleship coming out from behind the enemy ship, heading straight for him. Ilias quickly saw the number painted on the other side of the ship, as well as the person who was saluting him on the deck. Ilias immediately laughed and said, "I was wondering who would be so bold. So it's him." Ilias endured the pain, raised his right hand, and returned a military salute. At this moment, the Raven battleship also turned around, and its captain stood on the deck, also saluting behind the 3 Dionia battleships. Half of the Carthage forward battleship had already sunk into the sea, and there were many struggling crew members floating on the surface of the sea. Although the 3 captains did not shout, excitement rippled in their hearts. They had not discussed it beforehand, but they had worked together to sink this behemoth. This was a great honor. The 3 ships had only met once, and soon each looked for the next target to attack. The battleships of the First Fleet of Dionia advanced like a hurricane, fiercely attacking the Carthage fleet. The 2 sides fought fiercely, and the First Fleet had the upper hand. In just over 10 minutes, they broke through the front row of the Carthage fleet, forcing the Iberian fleet to join the battle. But this fleet, which had previously lost the battle, was even more unbearable in the face of the attacks of the Dionia battleships. Half an hour later, the frontmost battleships of the First Fleet of Dionia had already rushed out of the Carthage fleet and directly rushed towards the fleet not far behind it. This fleet was fully loaded with food and soldiers. There were a total of 300 ships, so the port of Serenus could not accommodate all of them in a short time, so the fleet had to queue up outside the port. Although the laborers in the port were also speeding up due to the weather, they did not expect the Dionia battleships to rush over so quickly. This immediately frightened the ship owners in the fleet. They panicked and ordered the sailors to immediately sail their ships into the port to avoid the enemy's attack. As a result, the entire fleet was in chaos. All the ships rushed into the port, resulting in congestion outside the port. Some ships even capsized during the collision. When Anubis, who was at the rear of the fleet, received the urgent report from the clippers, he was shocked. He had already left enough warships at the front of the fleet and thought that there would be enough time to deal with the Dionysian fleet. He did not expect that in less than an hour, they would be completely at a disadvantage. He did not scold the incompetence of the fleet at the front and the Iberian fleet, because on the flank, the fleet in the middle was also feeling the pressure from the attacks of the Dionia battleships, even though the number of warships he led on this side seemed to be slightly more than the other side. Although the Second Fleet of Dionia was ordered to defend the flank, Phralios still adopted offensive tactics. The gigantic body of the double-headed dragon's flagship forced the Dionian warships to avoid it. Due to its slow speed and clumsy steering, it could not catch up to the enemy's ships. Hence, it simply chose not to participate in the battle. Instead, it gradually became a safe zone in the fleet. Anubis stood on the top of the ship and looked down at the battle around him. He suddenly discovered that the Dionia's Crow battleship and an even smaller but faster 3-tiered warship cooperated well, causing the Carthage battleship to suffer a lot. Therefore, he did not dare to send warships to rescue the fleet at the port at this time. On the contrary, after a painful choice, he thought that he might as well let the fleet send the Dionysian fleet over. Not only would it reduce the pressure on the battlefield, but it would also be more beneficial for the Carthage fleet's counterattack. As for worrying about the complaints that the owners of the Carthage fleet would have against him, he had to ensure that he won this naval battle first. Otherwise, with the Senate's punishment for his defeat, it would not make much difference. He simply ignored the fleet's request for help. "General, a warship has been hit and sunk over there," the lookout at the top of the mast shouted loudly. Anubis frowned and did not reply. He did not intend to let the flagship sail there. The double-headed dragon had already rescued many sailors. Now that the flagship was full of people, it had basically become a shelter. The situation of the battle was worrying. He sighed and felt a little cold. He was stunned for a moment. Then, he looked at the surface of the sea. The sea was rippling slightly. The wind was rising, and it was the west wind. He was instantly ecstatic. The wind should be stronger. It would be even better if it was stronger. Anubis thought expectantly in his heart. As if in response to his words, the ripples in the sea quickly turned into waves, and each wave was higher than the one before. Not long after, the entire huge double-headed dragon flagship began to rise and fall with the sea. Chapter 761. Thank you, Merlecat, for your protection. Anubis repeatedly expressed his gratitude to the supreme god of the Phoenicians, his heart filled with joy. The reason why he did not express his gratitude to Carthage's guardian, Balham, was because Balham was the lord of lava. Fire and water never intersected, so naval battles were not Balham's domain. Anubis happily believed that Dionia's crow battleships were light in the bow and heavy in the bottom, so they would easily capsize in strong winds and waves. Those fast three-oar battleships were also smaller and lighter in size, so they were difficult to steer in strong winds and waves. Also, Carthage's battleships were in an advantageous position, so this was a great opportunity for Carthage's fleet to counterattack. Woo! The bugle of the double-headed dragon warship sounded again. The originally high-pitched bugle sounded low and hoarse in the dark sea that was shrouded in clouds. Anubis held the railing with both hands and stood on the high roof of the ship, letting the strong sea breeze blow against his body. He kept looking around at the sea around him as the battleships of both sides moved forward in the wind and waves. He did not know if his subordinates could hear the bugle, but he firmly believed that Carthage's men, who had rich experience in sailing, would seize this favorable opportunity and turn back the tide bit by bit. General, the wind and waves are getting stronger and stronger. Should we retreat first? The adjutant held his helmet with one hand, fearing that he would be blown into the sea by the strong wind. He walked to Anubis's side and asked loudly with unease. Retreat. Anubis seemed to have heard a joke. He pointed ahead, braved the sea breeze, and said loudly, Look, not far ahead of them. A Raven warship with a drawbridge on its foremast clumsily passed through a wave. Immediately after, another wave came crashing down on it. By the time the wave passed, the Raven warship was already toppled on the surface of the sea. Huh! Anubis laughed heartily. Did you see that? What a great opportunity this is. Even if we want to retreat, we have to wait until we defeat the people of Dionia. The same advice was given to Dionia's flagship, but Durian was not as spirited as before. He had expected the weather to be bad, but he did not expect the wind and waves to be so strong, causing great difficulties for the fleet to control the warships. He was no longer in the mood to complain about why Poseidon had accepted their devout prayers and generous offerings before the battle, but helped the aliens when the fleet was about to win. At this moment, what gave him the biggest headache was that even if he gave the order to retreat, the entire fleet was scattered so widely that they even penetrated deep into the port of Selinus. In such bad weather, he couldn't just give the order to retreat as he wished. Just as he was deep in thought, boom, boom, boom. The continuous rumbling in the sky was like thousands of drums being beaten above the clouds, causing everyone to be startled. Then, bolts of silver-white lightning flashed above the sea, traversing between heaven and earth. The dark clouds grew darker and lower, pressing down on the sea. The waves became more and more active, rising higher and higher, like the huge mouth of a beast about to devour the lightning. The heavy downpour, accompanied by strong winds, plunged the world into darkness. Neither Carthage's men nor Dionia's men were in the mood to row the ships and fight at this moment. They did not even dare to look out at the sea, because the sea had become a boundless abyss. The endless darkness seemed to be able to devour people's souls. The only thing the crew could do, including the generals, could do was huddle in the cabin and pray to the sea god with trembling voices for their safety. Crack! With a loud bang, a bolt of lightning appeared in front of the double-headed dragon ship. Sitting in the watchtower, Arnabas happened to glance out. His originally pale face instantly turned even paler. With the help of the silver light from the lightning, he saw a huge wall rising from the sea not far away. It was more than 10 meters tall, and it came crashing down on them with the force of a mountain. Arnabas was scared out of his wits. His previous calm and confident image of a commander full of confidence in Carthage's sailing skills had disappeared without a trace. He only muttered with a dull face, "How is this possible? How is this possible? It's not winter now. How can there be a storm in the sea southwest of Sicily? The unpredictable changes of nature were not something humans could predict. In the face of the mighty power of heaven and earth, even the largest warship seemed extremely insignificant. Under the strong wind and huge waves, these ships were either smashed by the huge waves and sank to the bottom of the sea, or thrown into the air and smashed to pieces. The storm lasted until dusk and finally subsided. The heavy rain disappeared without a trace, and the strong wind turned into a gentle breeze. The sky was so clean that not a single cloud could be seen. It was dyed golden red by the setting sun. The sea showed its gentle and beautiful side. But when he turned his gaze to the shore where the tide was ebbing, he saw a tragic scene. The beach was densely covered with bodies that had been soaked white by the seawater and the wreckage of countless warships. And in the ebbing tide, there were also countless bodies and broken planks of ships floating. Such a horrible scene was not only everywhere on the coast of Serenus, but also extended to the coast of Mazara and Germ, and even further away, Leotychides, who was stationed at the north of Serenus City, had been worried about the safety of the Sicilian fleet. So when the storm subsided, he immediately sent troops and the medical camp to seal off the coast near Serenus and began to rescue people. When the doctors and nurses had spare energy, they would also treat Carthage's people, as long as he was still breathing. The Carthage colony city and its allies on the south coast, as well as the Greek city-states, also sent people to the coast for search and rescue. Whether it was Carthage's sailors or those from Dionia, they were all at sea all year round and had experienced many storms. They might be able to escape with their lives in the storm that lasted for a few hours, but the warships they were driving could not be revived. In this large-scale naval battle, Dionia's Sicilian fleet invested about 600 warships, while Carthage's fleet had more than 500 warships. In the end, there was no winner on either side, and all the warships were probably destroyed by the storm. For Carthage, what was worse was that nearly half of the passenger ships they were responsible for transporting soldiers and supplies did not enter the port in time, were attacked by Dionia's warships, or were ravaged by the storm, and eventually died in the stomachs of the fishes. The news of the annihilation of Dionia's Sicilian fleet had not yet reached Greece. The army led by the Devers, who knew nothing about it, had just arrived in Laos. Today's Laos had changed a lot compared to more than a decade ago. Including the Campania alliance, on the west coast of Italy, Greece was to the south, and Lucania and Campania were to the north. Laos was located at the midpoint of this long coastline. On land, it was a transportation hub between Lucania and Brutty. Due to its superior geographical location and the painstaking management of several governors, coupled with the support of the Senate, Laos had become a prosperous port city in the kingdom. Although its arable land area was relatively small, the population of the city had reached more than 50,000 people, and this did not include the free people and slaves at the port. It was precisely because its port was developed and there were many merchant ships that they could send this huge army to Ladin by sea with as few merchant ships as possible. As the army entered the city, Clodo Catax curiously looked at the scene in the city. At the same time, he was also puzzled by Henneborus's strange attire. "Uncle Henny, this is not a battle. You're wearing a helmet, a cheek guard, and a mask on the outside. Don't you feel stuffy?" Henneborus stifled his voice and said, "Don't talk to me." The Devers in front of him turned around and teased him. "Your Uncle Henny doesn't want the people here to know that he's back." "Why?" Uncle Henny used to be Laos's consul. Clodo Catax was even more curious. The Devers shrugged and did not answer. In fact, ever since Henneborus became the Devers' secretary during the later stages of the Southern Italian War, he had not visited Laos even once. It was a sore point in his heart. As a matter of fact, Arabuma's rebellion and the subsequent riots by the commoners had greatly reduced the population of Laos. More than half of the current Laos residents had moved in later. Among them were descendants of Sybaris, Greeks, Lucarians, Brutty, Campanians. It was truly a city of mixed races. Now, the people of Laos were no longer the poor and powerless citizens of the city 10 years ago. They were citizens of the kingdom who owned land, operated maritime trade, held public office, participated in the elections of the city council, and made their own suggestions. Therefore, they were grateful to the kingdom of Dionia and its king that changed their status completely. When they heard that the king of the Devers was coming to Laos with his army, the citizens had already prepared a spot by the roadside. They were waiting for the king's arrival so that they could be closer to him, see him more clearly, and let him hear their cheers. Amidst the cries of "Long live the king of the Devers! Long live the kingdom of Dionia!" the citizens were excitedly discussing among themselves. "Look, that man in the middle wearing a long feathered helmet and golden armor is His Majesty the Devers. Look at how majestic he is. More than 10 years ago, when His Majesty led his army through Laos to the north to fight against the Simonians, I met him once. His appearance hasn't changed at all after more than 10 years. He's still as young as ever, as expected of a descendant of Hades. Who's the young general beside His Majesty? He looks like he's close to His Majesty. I heard from the Turii merchants at the port that Prince Clodocatax will be joining the war this time. This young man should be him." Chapter 762. Oh, no wonder he's so handsome. If I had a daughter, I'd definitely marry him. Stop dreaming. That's the eldest son of His Majesty the Devers, the future king. You want to be the prince's father-in-law with your status? Prince Clodocatax's future wife will be the most precious lady in our kingdom, or a foreign princess. However, the young ladies of Laos did not agree. The women of Dionia were different from the women of other Greek cities. They were known for their passion, openness, and boldness in the Greek world. The environment of Laos mixed with other races made the young ladies more unrestrained and passionate. They took the initiative to throw petals at the young prince, and even called his name intimately. It was the first time Clodocatax had experienced such a scene. He was a little embarrassed and shy, which made the young ladies cheer even more excitedly. "Your Majesty, Prince Clotho is more popular with the people of Laos than you are." Tormid, who followed the army, joked. The Devers laughed and did not respond, which made Clodocatax even more embarrassed. At this moment, someone from the crowd asked, "Who's that ferocious-looking old man beside His Majesty the Devers?" A ferocious-looking old man. Tormid's expression darkened. He felt that he was only in his 50s, and he was still very young. Besides, he only had 2 scars on his face. How could he be considered ferocious? Henneborus let out a rare laugh. Someone among the crowd said, "That's Tormid, a staff officer of the kingdom's Ministry of Military Affairs. He's a hero who followed His Majesty on an expedition to Persia." Tormid was certain that the person who said this must be an officer from the early days of the Legion of Dionysia, or even a former comrade of the mercenaries. Otherwise, how would the common people know about him, who was not prominent in the kingdom and rarely appeared in public? As far as he knew, it was recorded in the General Staff Department that some retired officers of the Legion of Dionysia chose to settle down in Laos. He immediately looked at the crowd on the side of the road, but for a moment he did not see any familiar faces. Instead, he heard someone shouting, "Who is that general beside His Majesty? He is wearing a mask, and his face is not clear. He looks so strange." Tormid chuckled. Now it was his turn to watch the show. At this time, someone in the crowd shouted, "Citizens of Laos, do you remember who gave up the privilege of being a lifelong consul and took the initiative to ask for Laos to be incorporated into the kingdom? Only then did we get rid of the oppression and have the life we have today. It's the good Lord Henneborus. Everyone, don't forget, most of the arenas, baths, libraries in Laos were donated by him for free." Another voice shouted. Back then, when the Senate was discussing the incorporation of Laos into the kingdom, considering that Leshan was once a private property ruled independently by the Henneborus family, and that he was the first to take the initiative to be incorporated into Dionia, setting a good example for other allies. As a reward, the Senate passed a bill. 2% of the annual tax revenue of Laos would be given to Henneborus. Of course, the Devers played a role, but Henneborus donated all the money to Laos for the repair and construction of public works to make up for his mistakes. Yes, I still remember when Lord Henneborus was the consul of Laos. He wanted to give us more rights and freedom. In the end, his uncle led a group of nobles and leaders in Laos to oppose him and almost murdered him. We should have thanked Lord Henneborus long ago. We owe him too much. I heard that Lord Henneborus is the clerk of His Majesty the Devers. He should be in the team too, right? Lord Henneborus. Lord Henneborus. Lord Henneborus. The cheers on the roadside gradually converged into one voice. Henneborus's emotions fluctuated rapidly. He looked at the Devers with gratitude. Your Majesty, thank you. After following the Devers for so long, he could certainly guess that the final unanimous scene of the people of Laos must have been driven by the intelligence department. This is what you deserve, the Devers said earnestly. Even if I didn't do this, the people of Laos have never forgotten what you've done for them. It's time to forget the mistakes of the past and meet the people of your hometown so that you can better interact and help them in the future. The words of the Devers gave Henneborus courage. He nodded, took a deep breath, and resolutely took off his mask and helmet. It's Lord Henneborus. Long live Lord Henneborus. Even louder cheers erupted all around. Amidst the cheers, the Devers said softly to his son, ordinary people are easily satisfied. As long as you've done something good for them, they'll always remember it and ignore the mistakes you've made. Clodo Catax listened to his father's teachings while watching the surging tide of people by the roadside. His eyes shone with envy. The chief of the palace guards, Marcius, hurried over and reminded, Your Majesty, Eliandos is here. The Devers looked forward and saw the city governor, Eliandos, leading a group of officials. They were walking with their backs to the advancing army and were hurrying toward them. It seems that we're moving too slowly. Eliandos, who's waiting at the city gate, can't wait any longer. The Devers turned to Henneborus and smiled. Or maybe he wants to see you earlier, Henny. Ariandos, the trusted general of Avanogus back then, and the most loyal minister of Henneborus who entrusted the orphan to him. After Laos was incorporated into Dionia, the Senate elected him as an elder to stabilize its political situation. According to a special law passed by the Senate at the time, the elder of a city newly incorporated into the kingdom cannot immediately become the governor of a mother city. This was to avoid suspicion and also to better manage the city so that it could integrate into the kingdom faster. It was not until 10 years later, when the Senate had confirmed that Laos's people had completely submitted to it, and the city was located in the hinterland of the kingdom, so there was no danger and its development was smooth. Only then was the ban lifted on Laos, and Eliandos successfully became the governor of Laos. Of course, Henneborus had also contributed a lot. Henneborus also recovered from his excitement and said with a smile, Before we left, Eliandos wrote to tell me that he was excited and nervous when he heard that your Majesty was coming. He wanted to lead the officials of Laos to hold a grand welcome banquet for you, but he was afraid that you would refuse and criticize him. Eliandos continued the policies of his predecessor and, at the same time, made some improvements. Laos has developed very well in the past 2 years, which is inseparable from the efforts of the officials of Laos. I will definitely attend tonight's banquet, but don't be too extravagant. The Devers smiled and gave an affirmative answer. Although the military law of Dionia stated that the army is not allowed to hold or participate in banquets during the time of war. But the Devers knew very well that he was now not only the commander-in-chief of the army, but also the king of Dionia. In addition to the war, he also shouldered some political tasks. Whether it was to commend the achievements of the officials of Laos, or to show the affinity of the royal family and win over the people, he had to attend. And since he became the king of Dionia, he had never officially visited other cities in the kingdom. Laos was the only city that he would enter on his expedition to Latin. Attending banquets, having fun with the officials and citizens, and putting forward some of his expectations for the kingdom, officials, and citizens was very meaningful for the many ordinary officials and citizens who had never seen the king before. When the Devers led the army to the city of Laos, the soldiers of the Legio III and the 2nd Cavalry Legion, who had received the military order, had already left Naples on passenger ships and sailed to the port of Cels, an important town in Wolsey. The high-ranking officials of Wolsey who came to welcome them saw the ships full of soldiers docked at the port. It was as if they had been worried about the attack of Rome, and they discussed. It seems that what the commander of the Legion of Dionysia, Amyntas, said was true. They are really preparing to attack Rome and rescue our Wolsey. Therefore, they were even more enthusiastic about the soldiers of the Dioria Legion who came ashore. The commander of the First Legion, Amyntas, who received the news, also rushed from the Legion station to welcome his comrades. As soon as the commander of the Legio III, Lazaru, came ashore, he hurriedly greeted him. Commander Amyntas. When Lazaru saw him, he quickly saluted. Although their positions in the army were now the same, when he first joined the Legion of Dionysia, Amyntas was already a high-ranking officer of the Legion. Not only was he experienced, but he also had outstanding military achievements. His prestige in the army of Dionia was far from what Lazaru could compare to. Therefore, no matter how rebellious Lazaru was, he still showed due respect. I've been looking forward to your arrival. I've been so worried during this period of time. Amyntas excitedly punched Lazaru's chest and grinned. The war is finally starting. Lazaru, quickly gather your legion and follow me to the barracks. Let's have a good discussion on how to fight the next war. All right. This was in line with Lazaru's personality. He did not like to socialize, so he reluctantly dealt with the high-ranking officers of Wolsey who came to greet him. Then he led the Legio III and some of the soldiers of the 2nd Cavalry Legion to follow Amyntas to the barracks. During this period of time, because the Rome focused their attacks on the Helnici in the east, the Roman army that was originally in Wolsey's territory retreated quickly. The war between Wolsey and Rome temporarily subsided. After that, because Wolsey sent troops to rescue the Helnici, the entire territory was empty. After the high-ranking officers of Wolsey discussed with the commander of the First Legion of Dionia, Amyntas agreed to move the barracks to the north and bring more Wolsey villages under his protection. Now, the Dionia barracks were northwest of Saetia, only about 20 miles away from the heavily guarded city of Saturnicum from Rome. Therefore, Amyntas requested Lazaru to lead the Legio III and the 2nd Cavalry Legion to march as fast and stealthily as possible so that they would not be discovered by the Rome. For this reason, he also sent someone to inform the 1st Cavalry Legion in advance to drive away the scouts and spies of the Rome in order to prevent the information from leaking out of the barracks. Chapter 763. In the main tent of the barracks, Lazaru met Printos. He immediately greeted the deputy chief of staff who had helped him to victory in Campania. All right, let's talk later. Let's hurry up and discuss how to complete the mission given by His Majesty. Amyntas urged. What's the current situation in Latin? Lazaru asked first. This was the basic quality that a senior commander of Dionia should have. Without understanding the surrounding situation and the enemy's situation, there was no way to win a battle. Therefore, Amyntas was not bothered. He pointed at the map and explained seriously. Since the Romans launched a large-scale attack on the Helnici last month, they have conquered many towns. Now, they have completely surrounded the central town of the Helnici, Frontirum, and are stepping up their attack. Their troops have increased from the original 40,000 to 70,000. According to the Volsci, the situation in Frontirum is very critical, and they won't be able to hold on for more than a few days. Once this town falls, not only will the Helnici be finished, but the Volsci will also suffer heavy losses. Because the Volsci had sent a lot of soldiers to rescue Helnici, they are now trapped in Furinium. So, the Volsci territory is very weak, and they are relying on the First Legion to help them hold on. Lazaru stared at the map for a long time before pointing to the north of the Volsci territory. He asked, since the Roman army is focusing on attacking the Helnici, the defense here must be very weak. The citizens of the Latin alliance to the west of Rome have all been transferred to attack Helnici. Indeed, they don't have many troops, but here, and there are 10,000 Roman troops stationed here. Amyntas pointed at the map 3 times. Lazaru took a closer look. The names of the 3 cities on the map were Valette, Saturnicum, and Antium. They happened to be blocking the northwest road to Latin. Lazaru estimated and was surprised. The people of Rome actually built such a huge army. According to the Volsci, Rome has not only mobilized all of its young citizens, but it has also asked all of the Latin Alliance and the Etruscan Alliance in the north to provide a lot of reinforcements. So it is doing its best to fight this war. I think this is also why His Majesty has personally led the army to deal with the Romans first. Printos emphasized, but with these 3 cities blocking the way, it will take more than a day or 2 to conquer one of them. I'm afraid it will delay Her Majesty's attack plan, Lazaru said worriedly as he pointed at the map. Are you stupid? Amyntas criticized bluntly. We don't even need to attack them. We just need to go around them, enter the coastal area of Latin, and protect His Majesty's army on the coast. Lazaru, who was thinking too much, slapped his head and smiled awkwardly. He pondered for a while and said, if we do this, we can only let the soldiers carry rations and leave the auxiliary troops in the barracks. Only then can we ensure the speed of the march. If the enemy comes out of the city to intercept us, we can also quickly respond to the battle. But this way, our barracks and even the entire Volsci territory will be completely open to the people of Rome. Printos smiled. Don't worry too much about this. Once our army has successfully landed, the entire Latin region will be on guard against our attack. They will not have the mood to invade Volsci. Also, we will arrange for other people in the barracks to go to Sels, board the ships, and turn to the newly conquered land. Lazaru no longer had any concerns. He asked loudly, when are we moving? When the army led by His Majesty arrives at the Latin region. But before that, we still need to discuss with the higher-ups of Volsci. We need them to provide some help for the attack. The news that the battle at Serenus was disrupted by the storm and almost all the warships on both sides were destroyed spread throughout the western part of Sicily the next morning. Hamilcar, the acting commander of the Carthage army, was shocked when he heard the bad news. He quickly sent messengers on fast ships to deliver the news back to Carthage. At the same time, he informed the city-states along the coast to search and rescue carefully on the coast of their territory, and to send the survivors to Lazaru. The camp of Dionia outside Serenus was overcrowded. Not only were the tents full of survivors of a shipwreck, but the passages and open spaces outside the tents were also full of struggling and moaning sailors. Outside the camp, there were countless white corpses or people who were not confirmed dead or unconscious. The doctors and nurses had been treating them for more than 10 hours, and they were still busy. More than 20,000 soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia and their allies were also doing their best to help the medical camp, saving their compatriots and comrades in the Navy. In the big tent, Leotychides, who had been busy all night, sat on a wooden chair, listening to the report of his adjutant, Mukru. Although he was very tired, he still straightened his back. Commander, since last night, our soldiers have found about 150,000 corpses on the coast, and about 100,000 people have been saved. Among them, there are more than 61,500 people from Dionia, and 29,379 Dionia sailors have been confirmed dead. Mukru held the record board in his hand. Every time he read a set of numbers, his heart would beat wildly. Behind these huge numbers was the loss of countless lives, and the crying of families. Leotychides did not seem to have much of a reaction to this. After listening to the report of his adjutant, he was still expressionless. He quickly asked, how many people are there in the Sicilian fleet? Mukru thought for a moment and said with uncertainty, according to the situation of the Sicilian fleet in Minoa, they may have about 110,000 to 120,000 people. Leotychides estimated in his heart, and said, in that case, we have at most 30,000 sailors that we haven't found. They might have drifted to the coast controlled by the Carthaginians, or they might have drifted to the coast of the Alliance. We'll need to contact Minoa, Agrigento, and the other cities on the south coast in the next few days to understand the situation, Mukru said. Leotychides nodded and then sighed. The Navy really consumes too much of the young and strong citizens of the kingdom. This storm has cost us tens of thousands of people, enough for us to build 5 or 6 legions. Mukru explained, Sir, but we have also easily captured nearly 40,000 Carthage and Phoenicians. If it was a normal battle, how many battles would it take to capture so many captives? When Leotychides heard this, he frowned slightly and looked at Mukru with his sharp eyes without blinking. When Mukru lowered his head, he slowly asked, "Have you found Thurian and Flarios?" "Not yet." Mukru looked sad. "Continue to send people to search. Don't give up. Also, we will ask Seraphenes to send scouts to the city of Carthage to the west to find out more." Only then did Leotychides' face change a little. "I heard that Thurian is a good swimmer. When he was young, he once crossed the turbulent Krati River. He shouldn't drown so easily in the sea." "Yes, Sir Commander. Is there anything else?" The medical camp warned that there are too many dead bodies inside and outside the camp. If they're left for too long, the bodies will rot, and it will easily lead to an epidemic. As long as they are confirmed dead, take them away and cremate them. Let the living sailors bring their ashes back to Catania or Tarentum's fleet base. As for the ashes of the Carthage people, bury them where they are." As Leotychides spoke, he suddenly thought of something and said in a serious tone, "This matter must be done immediately so that the living sailors can return to their base as soon as possible to avoid wasting our food. But the infantrymen of the fleet must stay and fight with us." Leotychides had long coveted the infantrymen of the Sicilian fleet. He had seen their military training in Catania and believed that their military quality was no weaker than the regular soldiers of the 8th Corps. While the Sicilian fleet was destroyed and there was no news of Thurian and Flarios, he wanted to integrate them into his own team to increase their strength. Before Mukru could respond, Leotychides emphasized again, "Also, take out 10,000 young and strong sailors from the navy and give them spears. They will temporarily serve as our light infantry." Mukru was surprised. He reminded him tactfully, "Commander, without the permission of the Ministry of Military Affairs, you are already breaking the law by transferring the infantrymen of the navy. I'm afraid that the navy will be dissatisfied with this." Leotychides did not take it seriously. He said in a low voice, "We are now deep in the territory of the Carthage. Not only is the supply line extended, the enemy will also counterattack at any time. Unfortunately, the warships of the Sicilian fleet are all gone and cannot provide us with protection of the coastline. We are fighting alone. If we do not strengthen our strength, we may fall into trouble at any time. The Sicilian navy cannot play a role without ships. It is better to let the idle sailors and infantrymen temporarily come under my command. This is a special time. I believe that His Majesty and the Ministry of Military Affairs will understand what I am doing." As the adjutant, Mukru could only remind him. Since Leotychides insisted on doing it, he could only carry it out. Then, he immediately changed the topic. "Sir, what should we do with the 40,000 Carthage captives?" "Keep them for the time being. Deal with them according to the way we use to detain the captives." Leotychides said in a low voice, "Carthage must have our sailors. We can exchange with them when the time comes." Chapter 764. Will Carthage's people agree to this? You firmly rejected their request to ransom the captive Carthage's Sacred Legion soldiers. Mucilu only dared to bury this doubt in his heart. "We still have to take down Selinus as soon as possible," Leotychides muttered. Whether it was from a strategic point of view of attacking western Sicily, or from the point of view of facilitating the transportation of food and supplies, or even from the point of view of having a safer place to hold so many captives, taking down Selinus was a top priority. Mucilu hurriedly reminded him, "Commander, the soldiers were busy last night and are quite tired. They no longer have the strength to attack the city today. Besides, Carthage's people also transported a few thousand soldiers into Selinus yesterday. Their defense has been strengthened. Besides, we've lost the Sicilian fleet and can no longer seal off the port. Carthage's people can send reinforcements from the sea at any time." Leotychides took over the conversation and said solemnly, this was what he was most worried about. The loss of the Dionysian army's naval superiority in Sicily would make it much more difficult for them to attack on land. This was because the further west the army attacked, the closer they would be to Carthage, and the stronger the reinforcement from the sea would be. The Dionysian army, who had lost their fleet, could not stop them. They could only hope that after the news of the destruction of the Sicilian fleet reached Thurii, His Majesty would send a third or fourth fleet to retake Sicily's naval superiority. Just as Leotychides was deep in thought, a guard came in and reported, "The captain of the Diacasis company, who is patrolling by the coast, requests an audience." He said he has an urgent military report. "You're saying that 42 of our three-oared warships are still in Salinasport?" Even though Leotychides had always been indifferent, he couldn't help but be moved when he heard the news. "Yes, Lord Commander," Diacasis also said excitedly. When the storm arrived, the second squadron of the First Fleet was attacking Carthage's fleet outside Salinas Harbor. The commander of the second squadron, Stephacas, urgently led the surrounding warships to break into Salinas Harbor and successfully went ashore. They occupied the southwest corner of the harbor. They originally planned to send a clipper ship to inform us last night after the storm subsided, but the shipwrecks caused by the storm blocked the harbor, making it dangerous for ships to sail at night. Therefore, they only took the risk of opening a passage through the harbor this morning and sent a clipper ship to inform us. In fact, the port of Serenus was the same as the other ports of the Greek city-states. It had a breakwater and a water gate at the entrance that could be locked down with iron chains. There were also towers built on the breakwater to attack enemy ships. However, when Carthage's fleet entered the harbor yesterday, due to panic, they blocked the water gate, making it impossible for the people of Serenus to seal off the harbor. Coupled with the storm, the people in the harbor only wanted to go home to hide, causing the port's defenses to slacken. This allowed the warships of Dionia to easily break into the harbor and successfully go ashore. Leotychides quickly calmed down and asked calmly, "How many people do they have now? Can they withstand the enemy's attack?" According to the messenger, Stephacas, the commander of the B fleet, is very confident. Because 30 of the 42 warships that entered the harbor are Raven warships, they have about 1,200 fully armed fleet infantrymen and nearly 7,000 sailors. They have sunk many Carthage's troop transports. After they went ashore, they even robbed Carthage's grain transports and even looted the armor and weapons of many drowned Carthage soldiers. From this, they obtained more than 400 sets of heavy infantry equipment and more than 30 bows and arrows. They also had some sailors sharpen one end of a wooden, or to use as a lengthened wooden spear. Their warships also control the sea and harbor. According to the messenger, when he left the harbor, the people of Carthage did not attack them. After several sieges, I'm afraid that there are less than 2,000 people defending Serenus. Even if there are reinforcements this time, there won't be more than 5,000 people. If the people of Carthage attack with all their might, it will cause a lot of trouble for the navy in the harbor. However, it seems that the commander of Carthage's garrison is not bold enough. He's worried that we'll take advantage of the situation to attack the city, so he didn't take action immediately. After listening to Diacasis' narration, Leotychides analyzed and said, he already realized that this was a great opportunity. He asked Mukalu in a slightly excited tone, "What time is it now?" "About 8 in the morning." Mukalu immediately informed the 8th Army Corps and the reserve troops to rest in the tents. "I'll only give them 4 hours to sleep and recover. They must wake up at noon. After lunch, we'll immediately attack the city." Leotychides decisively gave the order. "Yes, Commander. I'll convey the message immediately." "Diacasis, go and call the messenger in. I want to ask for more details." Leotychides said. Out of caution, he first wanted to confirm the authenticity of the news. Secondly, he wanted to further understand the situation of both sides in the city. At noon, Leotychides led his army to attack the city. He had already made contact with the remaining Sicilian fleet at the harbor. They immediately responded and attacked the city from the harbor. Carthage's garrison was attacked from two sides. They were in a difficult situation. The battle lasted until the afternoon. Malefio led a few cavalrymen and escaped from the south gate. The garrison of Serenus opened the gate and surrendered. March was a rainy season in the southwestern region of Latin. The morning mist and drizzle were the weather that the sentries hated the most. They could not lean against the wall for a long sleep, and the slightly damp temperature made the sentries hungry again. The serious nature of the Rome people and strict military law made them not dare to leave their posts easily. They could only slowly patrol the walls of Antium, while praying that the time would pass quickly so that the next batch of comrades could arrive. "Listen, what's that sound?" a sentinel suddenly asked nervously. Another sentinel immediately pricked up his ears. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The light but continuous sound was different from the sound of the tide. It had a metallic texture. The sentinel's expression changed. There was an army outside the city, and a lot of them. Are they enemies? The sentinel looked up. It was drizzling outside the empty city, and there was no one in sight. The garrison of Antium was Paulus Valerius Potitus. Not long ago, he was the military governor of Rome. But after Camillus was appointed as the dictator, the 6 military governors of Rome naturally stepped down. Because Paulus had always been cautious and steady, the Senate appointed him as the garrison of the newly occupied town of Antium. They hoped that he could guard the southwestern border and coast of Rome and the Latin alliance to ensure the complete conquest of the Hellenigi by Rome. The Sentinel's report quickly caught his attention. He immediately sent a team of scouts out of the city to investigate. Soon, the team of scouts fled back in disarray. They were attacked by many black-armored cavalrymen not long after they left the city. They were almost wiped out. "It's the Dionia." Paulus became nervous. Are they going to attack Antium? He immediately summoned the troops in the city and began to set up defenses, ready to resist the attack of the Dionia. The soldiers of Rome stood on top of the city wall, nervously watching the outside of the city. He stood there for more than an hour. The mist dispersed, the drizzle stopped, and the sky was bright again. However, he did not see any Dionian troops outside the city. Even the walla noises from before were gone. Paulus was puzzled. He decided to send out scouts again to find out the enemy's movements. As a result, the scouts were intercepted again. According to the scouts who escaped, there were Dionia cavalrymen patrolling in all directions a mile away from the city of Antium. They could not break through the interception and find out the Dionia's movements. Paulus was confused and nervous. Before he figured out the Dionysian army's movements, he did not dare to send troops out of the city. After all, the army of Rome was still attacking the Hellenigi in the east. The Latin region was empty. His task was to defend Antium and stop the enemy's attack from the south together with the garrison of Vellet and Saturnicum. While Paulus was biding his time, the garrison of Saturnicum in the north encountered the same situation. They also adopted the same response. In order to ensure the safety of their territory and the Latin alliance, the Senate of Rome sent cautious and prudent generals to the 2 newly occupied towns. This made them not dare to send out their troops immediately and take the initiative to launch a probing attack. From there, they might be able to find out the Dionysian army's movements. In fact, the 1st Legion of Dionia, Legio III, the 1st Cavalry Legion, and part of the 2nd Cavalry Legion formed a large army of nearly 20,000 soldiers. They were arranged in 8 columns. The Cavalry Legion guarded the 2 flanks of the marching column. There were no supply caravans following them. They set off from Caecia's barracks in the wee hours of the morning and marched north. By morning, they had reached the border between Latin and Wolsey. Amyntas ordered the 2 cavalry legions to block the way out of Antium and Saturnicum respectively. They would rob and kill the scouts to ensure that the main force passed through the area between Antium and Saturnicum quickly and stealthily. They would then continue to march northwest. Not far to the north of Antium, Adria was an ancient Latin city-state. It was also one of the few coastal towns in the Latin city-state. It had a close relationship with Rome. 20 years ago, Camillus was dissatisfied with the verdict of the Senate of Rome and lived in seclusion in Adria. More than 10 years ago, the Celts captured Rome and plundered the Latin region. With the support of the citizens of Adria, Camillus was the first to raise the flag of resistance and finally recovered Rome. After that, Rome and Adria established a stronger alliance. Chapter 765. At this time, the sentries in the city of Adi also heard the rustling footsteps, but they did not raise their guard. After all, Adi was far away from the center of the Latin city-state. It was also far away from the Herniki, Equi, and Maxi in the east. In the past, except for some territorial conflicts with Wolsey, it had rarely been involved in major wars. Now, Antium and Saturnicum, which belonged to Rome, were blocking their way to the south. During this period of time, the war in the south had subsided. The Adians thought that they were very safe and did not think that they were enemies. They thought that the Roman army was mobilizing, so they did not send out any scouts to investigate the situation. After the 1st and 3rd legions of Dionia passed through the city of Adi, they began to approach the coast. This black army was discovered by the passing Latin merchant ships and caravans. They were shocked and hurriedly alerted the neighboring towns. There were even more vigilant merchant ships that turned around and headed south, ready to inform the heavily guarded Antium. In fact, there was no need to do so. After more than 2 hours of restlessness on the city wall, Antium's General Paulus finally decided to send out a few scouts to venture out of the city to investigate the movements of the Dionysian army. At this moment, one of his men suddenly shouted, "General, there are fireworks on the port's lighthouse." Paulus was shocked and quickly looked back, only to see a straight plume of black smoke rising from the direction of the port. An enemy attack from the sea. Paulus' heart tightened again, and then he saw cavalry galloping out of the city, shouting at the bottom of the city wall, "General Paulus, countless warships and transport ships have appeared on the sea outside the port." Paulus was shocked. Did the people of Dionia want to repeat the last time they attacked Antium? Immediately transfer 500 light infantry and 2,000 heavy infantry to the port for defense. He ordered without hesitation to his adjutant. "Yes, General." With that, Paulus quickly left the city, mounted his horse, and rushed to the port with the guards. There was already panic in the city, especially at the gate leading from the inner city to the port. There was a serious traffic jam, and countless people at the port were scrambling to rush into the city. Some even shouted in panic, "The enemy is coming! Hurry up and run!" It took Paulus and the guards a lot of effort to squeeze out of the crowd. They rushed to the towering lighthouse on the breakwater without stopping. When he got to the lighthouse, he was shocked by what he saw. It was already past noon, and the sea outside the port was sparkling. In the distance, there were endless shadows of sails beyond his line of sight, connecting with the sea and the sky in the far distance. These sailboats all had one thing in common. Their sides were glowing with a dazzling golden light. Although the Roman navy was not strong, and they had almost never fought a large-scale naval battle, Paulus, who had served as a military and political officer several times, had rich war experience. He often humbly asked Camillus for advice, so he could judge that most of the terrifying fleet this time were troop ships. Troop ships had a characteristic. After the soldiers boarded the ship, they had to hang their shields on both sides of the hull. This not only freed up space in the ship, but it was also convenient to take them out. At the same time, it could also defend against the enemy's long-range attacks. It could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone, so it had almost become a common tradition of troop ships in the Mediterranean Sea. How many reinforcements did the Dionia send? Shocked, Paulus asked with a slightly trembling voice, "Has the port chain been lowered?" "It has been pulled up." "What about the watchtower on the breakwater? Are the soldiers in position?" "Don't worry, General. The archers have boarded the watchtower. Tar, arrows, and rags are all ready." "That's good." Paulus was a little comforted. He said, "The army in the city will arrive soon. Don't panic." "General," the person in charge of the port said, "according to the observation of the lighthouse sentinel, this huge fleet is not coming for Antium. It should be heading north." Paulus was stunned. He looked carefully at the distant sea again. Although the fleet was too far away to see clearly, compared to the ships that were fleeing to the port of Antium, the white sails only showed the side of the ship. Coupled with the flashing lights on the side of the ship, and the distance between the fleet and the coast did not seem to change much while they were talking. Obviously, the fleet of Dionia continued to sail north. Is the Dionia preparing to land on the coast north of Antium? Paulus whispered with uncertainty. The person in charge of the port reminded him, "General, it is better for the Dionia to land in the south than in the north. The last time they landed on the south coast, they finally occupied Antium. Only then did Paulus remember that there was a low, hilly area between Antium and Adium. Although it was still flat, it was obviously not convenient compared to the south, so when Paulus thought of this, his face suddenly changed. The Daionia were preparing to land on the coast further north, attack the Latin alliance, and maybe even attack the weakly defended hinterland, and finally go straight to Rome. Thinking of this, Paulus broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately thought that the Dionysian army that appeared from the south in the early hours of the morning was probably there to receive this huge fleet. They had already passed through the blockade set up by Rome on the western border of Cornwall and entered the hinterland of the Latin city-state. It was no wonder that Paulus did not think of this in advance. His mind was still filled with the original information. Dionia's army in Wolsey is only about 10,000 men. He did not receive the news that Daionia had sent more troops to Wolsey because the Third Fleet had completely blocked the sea route to the south of the Latin region. So he subconsciously thought that if an army with inferior numbers passed through the blockade and went deep into the enemy's rear, even if they could gain a temporary advantage, it would be difficult for them to escape the fate of being surrounded and annihilated. Such an ambush tactic was suitable for the swift and light mountain races, but it was not suitable for the regular Daionia army, which mainly consisted of heavy infantry. Although he had been taught a lesson by the Daionia navy before, it was impossible for the former military governor of Rome, Paulus, who was used to traditional land battles, to release his imprisoned brain so quickly. Immediately send out scouts to track along the coastline, find out where the fleet has landed, and then report immediately. Paulus hurriedly ordered. Then send out messengers to inform the garrisons in Saturnicum and Valette that the Daionia army has entered the hinterland of the Latin region, and that their navy is going to land along the coast. Tell them to get ready to attack, and send out messengers to Rome quickly, inform the Senate, and let them get ready. The combined forces of the 1st Legion of Daionia and Legio III passed through the small Latin city of Lavinium by the sea. Although the city was small, it had a very important position in the hearts of the Latin people, because in the legends of the Latin people, they were the descendants of the hero Aeneas, second only to Hector in Troy, a powerful city-state in Asia Minor during the ancient Mediterranean era. It was said that he was a royal of Troy. When Troy was occupied by the Greeks, Aeneas, with some of the Trojans, fled to Italy by ship and landed in the region of Latin, where he was welcomed by the king of Latin, who gave him his daughter Lavine in marriage. So Aeneas founded a new city on the coast of Latin and named it after his wife. This is how Lavine came to be. Later, their son built a new city called Alba Longa near Lake Alba, a volcanic lake to the north of Lavinium. This city became the center of the Latin people, until the twins born to Princess Silvia wandered into the wild and were raised by she-wolves. They built Rome and eventually destroyed Alba Longa. Although Lavinium was the origin of the people of Rome, it was really a small city with low walls and a small population. When they saw the Daionia army swaggering through the city, the sentries at the top of the city trembled in fear, and the people in the city were even more terrified. However, the Dionysian army did not stop marching. They continued north along the coast. Lord Legion commanders, the 1st Cavalry Legion and the 2nd Cavalry Legion have returned. Before the scout could finish his sentence, the rumbling sound of hooves could be heard behind him. Amyntas, Lazu, our Cavalry Legion has returned on time. Led shouted from his horse. How's the situation? Amyntas asked. At least before we left, we didn't see any troops from Antium or Saturnicum leave the city. Leds patted his horse's neck and said with a slight smugness, during this period, they did send out many scouts, but they did not escape our interception. What about you? Have you reached your destination? We have already passed Lavinium. We should be arriving soon. Amyntas wiped the sweat off his face and waved his hand. He said with a slight grumble, we gathered and set off before the sun rose, and we have been traveling nonstop. I'm afraid we have traveled 70 to 80 miles. Our brothers are very tired. If it wasn't for the fact that we have been traveling on a flat road, I'm afraid we would not have been able to complete the mission given by His Majesty. I think our brothers will not complain. Leds looked at the tired soldiers passing by and said with relief, "They should be very excited to be able to participate in the war that is about to begin. Not only the soldiers, but we are also very excited." Lazaru interrupted. The few Legion commanders looked at each other and laughed. The Dionysian army finally stopped advancing. Under the command and arrangement of the Legion commanders, the 20,000 soldiers leaned against the silver, flat beach and slowly lined up in a formation that was 4 miles long and 8 rows thick. Chapter 766. At this time, the Legion commanders issued an order. The soldiers could temporarily take off their armor, put down their weapons, then sit on the ground to rest, eat some rations, and recover their strength. As soon as the order was given, the entire 4-kilometer-long army formation fell like dominoes. In the blink of an eye, all the soldiers fell. It was a spectacular scene. Amintez, Lazaru, and the rest did not dare to be careless at this time. Led sent out all the cavalry to scout the surroundings and ensure the safety of the formation. The Dionysian army on the coast did not have to wait for long. When the sun moved to the west, the soldiers furthest south of the formation were the first to cheer. Our fleet is here. The army led by His Majesty is coming." In order to carry out this difficult mission and let the soldiers march long and deep behind the enemy's lines, the Legion commanders had told the team officers in detail the plan and purpose of this operation. Then, the team officers of different levels of the Legion informed all the soldiers. That was why the soldiers were so enthusiastic and tired to carry out the long-distance march. Therefore, when they saw the black warships in the distance, they immediately thought that behind the Dionysian fleet, there must be a huge fleet full of soldiers. The soldiers' guess was not wrong. The third fleet of Dionia continued to sail forward, followed by fleets that covered the sea. They all turned around and headed for the beach. Adoris sat in the middle of the ship, looking at the beach in the distance. From here, he could not see the fully armed soldiers on the shore clearly. He could only see a thick black line extending infinitely to both sides of the coast, and among the black line, there were flashes of golden light. Adoris knew that it was the military flag flashing. On this military transport ship, the captain directed the helmsman to adjust the course. 50 soldiers sat on both sides of the ship, assisting the sailors to row the oars together. In the middle of the ship, the captain of the division, Timamanras, was loudly emphasizing the various things that the soldiers had to abide by after they went ashore. After that, he emphasized with a serious expression, "Do you all remember?" "Yes." The soldiers responded in unison. Timamanras looked at Adoris, and Adoris immediately said loudly, "I'll remember, Captain, don't worry." His buttocks ached when he thought of the flogging he received last time, and he almost missed the battle in the north. So, he did not dare to disobey the order and violate the military law. It was high tide, and the ship was moving very fast with the help of the tide. Not long after, Adoris could see the soldiers on the shore clearly. Most of them were sitting on the ground, taking off their armor and only wearing the black lining. They were drinking water and eating rations while looking at the sea. A few were waving their arms and shouting excitedly. While Adoris was watching, he heard Timamanras shouting, "Get ready to go ashore." Adoris was instantly excited. He and his comrades immediately picked up their belongings and quickly put on their armor, swords, rations, shields, javelins, and bayonets. They watched as the ship approached the white beach. Suddenly, the hull of the ship stopped abruptly. The smooth bottom of the ship had touched the land. The helmsman immediately locked the rudder, pulled out a long pole from the ship, and plunged it into the sand to support it, preventing the ship from moving backward. There was no need for the captain to give the order. The soldiers who were ready jumped off the ship, stepped on the cool water, and quickly came ashore. The captain, Timamanras, quickly gathered the soldiers, and then led them to the other units. The beach was full of transport ships, and soon the long stretch of beach was filled with soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia in black helmets and armor. The military flags were also raised, and the officers led their soldiers to find the companies and battalions to which they belonged. The beach was bustling with noise and excitement, But it was not very chaotic because the soldiers carried by the ships that came ashore belonged to the Second Legion. Considering that in the entire Dionysian army, besides the First Legion, the Second Legion was better trained and more disciplined, the Devers allowed the ships carrying the Second Legion to be the first to disembark so that they could complete the assembly as soon as possible and clear the obstacle for the follow-up troops. Then, the ships that came ashore began to leave the beach to make room for the following ships to disembark. Less than 400 meters away from the beach, Amyntas, Leds, and Cushias were also closely watching the Second Legion's disembarkation. They watched as the troops that came ashore went from being scattered and disorderly at first to gathering into small columns, then into 8 or 9 large columns, and finally, with the sound of bugles, these columns quickly gathered from all over the beach, forming a large square formation. Amyntas and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. Although their troops were already in formation to protect the landing, it was still their first time embarking on such a large scale, and it was the King of Devers personally leading the troops. If there were any accidents, everyone would still be under a lot of pressure, but it seemed that everything was going smoothly. "Well done, Matones," Amyntas praised. Only a veteran high-ranking general like him, who had participated in the expedition to Persia, would dare to publicly comment on a legion commander of the same level. At this moment, a cavalry scout galloped over. Reported to Legion Commander, 5 miles to the south, there are about 7,000 Roman troops marching this way. Reporting to Legion Commander, there are nearly 8,000 Roman troops approaching from 6 to 7 miles to the southeast. The Roman troops are finally here, Lazarus said, his voice full of excitement. They came at the right time. Amyntas glanced at the second fleet that was approaching the coast. "Inform our brothers immediately to prepare for battle." Woo, woo, woo. The bugles sounded, and the resting soldiers hurriedly put on their armor under the supervision of their officers. The Second Legion that was lining up on the beach immediately gathered at the sound of the bugles. After receiving the report from the cavalry scout, Paulus felt extremely uneasy. His sense of responsibility prompted him to immediately lead 7,500 soldiers to the north. After more than 2 hours of rapid marching, the army had reached Lavinium. He slowed down because he knew that the Dionia troops were not far ahead. The cavalry scout that he sent previously was driven away by the enemy. At the same time, he also wanted to wait for the troops from Saturnicum and Valette. This time, the Dionia cavalry did not obstruct the Roman troops at the front. The Roman troops marched smoothly. Paulus, who was riding in front of the troops, could already see hundreds of thousands of ships floating on the sea. Some of them followed the tide to the coast, while some left the coast and rowed into the distant sea. The ships were so densely packed that they completely covered the blue sea. Paulus became anxious again. At this time, the cavalry scout that he sent out quickly returned. "General, the enemy is lining up 2 miles away. There are no less than 20,000 people." Paulus was shocked. The Dionysian army in Wolsey did not have so many people. Did some of their soldiers land from the sea and join the army? Thinking of this, Paulus became even more anxious. He regretted coming late, but he did not dare to immediately lead less than 10,000 troops to attack. He ordered the troops to stop and began to line up in place. Not long after, the troops of Saturnicum arrived. The commander of the army was also the city's garrison general, Meges. His full name was Meges St. Polonius Acilio. He was an old general over 50 years old. He was born in the noble family of St. Polonius. After the Celts occupied Rome, he stayed behind to defend Mount Capitoline. The Senate appointed him to be the garrison general of Saturnicum precisely because of his rich war experience and tenacity. At this moment, he, who had always been steady, was trying his best to stop the war horse that was galloping to Paulus. At the same time, he asked eagerly, "Where are the Dionia troops? How many of them?" Paulus pointed to the front and said, "The Dionia fleet is landing on the coast in front of us. Their troops in Wolsey are also in formation to protect them. According to the scouts, they have about 20,000 soldiers. You and I both know that their reinforcements in Wolsey are less than 10,000, so Megis looked at the busy Dionia fleet in the distance. His face was gloomy. He said in a low voice, "We have less than 20,000 soldiers in total. As time passes, the number of Dionia's soldiers will only increase. If we fight them recklessly and lose, the army in the west of Rome that can hold back the Dionia will be greatly weakened. The situation will become very bad." "I think so too." Paulus was also worried. He hesitated and reminded Megis, "But if we let the Dionia land here successfully, they will invade our territory and the Latin Alliance's territory, poison our people, and even threaten Rome. I'm afraid the Senate and the people of Rome will not forgive us." Mesius was stunned for a moment, then sighed. "Let's wait for Pantius to come and discuss it together. When I led my team out of Saturnicum, I received news from his messenger that he would be arriving with 10,000 soldiers. 10,000 soldiers? He is too bold. What if the Wolsey attack Velady?" Paulus was shocked, but then he thought. Velady was deep in the interior and was located northeast of Saturnicum. Not everyone had the courage like Camillus to go around Annium and Saturnicum and attack Velady directly. Moreover, the Dionia army was in front of them. Most of the Wolsey soldiers had gone to help the Hernici, so they had no extra soldiers to harass the cities of Rome. Literature Hall. Chapter 767. Let's wait for Pantius to arrive. If the Dionia army has not changed too much, maybe we can fight them, Paulus said with uncertainty. It did not take long for Valet's army to arrive. After listening to Paulus's brief introduction of the situation, Pantius, who was also a former military officer and older than Paulus, seemed a little impatient. "What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for the Dionia army to land, destroy the surrounding towns, and attack Rome? This is our only chance to defeat the Dionia army. We must not miss it. Attack. We must attack now." Paulus and Megis did not object. If they did not want to bear the heavy responsibility, this was indeed their only chance. Even though there were more than 25,000 Dionysian soldiers arrayed on the distant coast, Annium had 7,500 soldiers, Saturnicum had 8,000 soldiers, and Valet had 10,000 soldiers. The Roman army's total strength was also more than 25,000 soldiers. They could definitely fight against the Dionysian army. They could not allow the Dionia to increase their army. They had to seize the time to fight. After the three reached a consensus, they immediately began to move. The troops of Annium and Saturnicum had already lined up, while Valet's troops quickly lined up on the right side of Saturnicum's troops. Soon, the huge Roman army began to advance. The Roman army had finally arrived. Standing in front of the army, Amyntas finally smiled when he saw the dust in the distance. He even joked, "If I knew that the Roman army would arrive so late, I wouldn't have let the second legion appear in the formation. Do you think the Roman army is stupid? We have been on land for so long, but there are less than 20,000 soldiers here. Everyone knows that there must be an ambush." Martones immediately retorted, "Finally, I can officially fight against the Rome people." Lazaru's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had heard that the Ministry of Military Affairs had always attached great importance to this Latin city-state in central Italy. He did not feel anything special when he led his army to launch a sneak attack from the coast last time. However, after talking with Amyntas for the past 2 days, he learned that the combat power of the Rome people was indeed not weak, and their tactics were quite similar to the Legion of Dionysia. Therefore, he was very much looking forward to fighting with the Rome people. "We should go back and prepare for battle," Leds reminded as he looked at the long red line vaguely appearing in the dust in the distance. Amyntas immediately saluted the others and said solemnly, "With the blessing of the Hades, victory belongs to the kingdom. Victory belongs to Dionia. We will win." Martones, the commander of the 2nd Legion, Lazaru, the commander of Legio III, Leds, the commander of the 1st Cavalry Legion, and Cuttius, the commander of the 2nd Cavalry Legion, also saluted in response. Then, they rode their horses and returned to their own formation, informing their officers to regroup and prepare for battle. The 1st Legion of Dionia was in the middle, and the 2nd Legion and Legio III were on its left and right sides. The 1st and 2nd Cavalry Legions were on the flanks and rear respectively. The total force was about 27,000, and the entire formation was 4 miles long. This was the most common formation, and it showed the confidence the commanders had in their soldiers. They believed that their side was superior to the other side in terms of numbers, morale, and combat power. There was no need for them to come up with any tricks to reduce the gap. Amyntas was at the rear of his legion, watching the soldiers make the final preparations for battle. The messenger hurried over. "Commander, His Majesty is here." Amyntas hurriedly turned his horse around and saw more than 200 riders galloping from behind. The Devers in front wore golden armor and a black cloak, and a golden helmet with black feathers fluttering in the wind. Behind him were 2 extremely strong riders on both sides, each holding a large flag. One of them was a silver-white double-pronged fork wrapped with a black ribbon, and the fork slanted open at the top was tightly held by a gold crown made of poplar branches. This was the scepter of the king of the Devers. The other flag was much larger. At the top of it was a golden statue of the Hades, and below it was a horizontal bar with small golden statues of Thanatos, the 3 judges of Hades, the goddess of vengeance, the Cerberus, and Charon. They were all subordinates of the Hades, and at the same time, they were the symbols of their respective legions. For example, the statue at the top of the military flag held by the legion was the god of death, and the statue at the top of the flag was the goddess of vengeance. There was a longer horizontal bar below the flagpole, and there were no statues on it, but some small golden round plates. There were portraits of the heroes of the kingdom of Dionia enshrined in the Valhalla of the Turii Hades, such as Dracos, Xpit, and Soberkos. This was the military flag of the kingdom of Dionia. It looked like a small tree made of gold, and as it moved forward, the golden discs collided with each other and made a melodious sound. As if the spirits were murmuring, Amyntas immediately urged his horse forward and saluted respectfully, "Your Majesty." The Devers returned the salute, and then said in a calm tone, "We are here to be spectators, and we will not interfere with your command." Amyntas thought he had heard it wrong, but when he saw the serious expression on the Devers' face, he quickly said happily, "Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty." Before the battle, the legion commanders had discussed and unanimously elected Amyntas, who was the most senior, to be the commander-in-chief of the battle. This was the first time Amyntas had independently commanded a battle composed of multiple troops in the 30 years he had been a soldier. He was both excited and nervous, and he was afraid that the Devers would not let him command. The Devers smiled. He had already heard Printos's report on the way here. In a situation where they had more soldiers and cavalry than the Rome, even with the influence of his previous life's history, he did not think that the Rome army would win. When the Devers and his team arrived at the back of the formation, Matones, Lizaru, Leds, and Cuccius came to greet them after hearing the news. The Devers encouraged them one by one. The surrounding soldiers were very excited when they learned that the king of the Devers had arrived. Due to the military law, they could not leave their positions, so they turned around and saluted him and cheered. Soon, the cheers spread throughout the formation. "Long live the king of the Devers! Long live the king of the Devers!" In the midst of the tide-like cheers, Patroclus, the first legion's commander, looked back repeatedly. He could be considered a veteran on the battlefield, and he actually had an urge to immediately start fighting so that his esteemed father-in-law could personally witness his abilities. On the other hand, Adoris, who was in the Second Legion's formation, felt nervous when he heard his adoptive father's arrival. 1 mile away, Paulus, Meges, and Pantius, who were commanding the Rome soldiers to advance, suddenly heard the thunderous cheers from the Dionia army. They could not help but worry about the enemy's high morale. As they got closer, the Rome nobles like Paulus, Meges, and Pantius, who had received higher education in Greece since childhood, could vaguely hear the content of the cheers. "Long live the king of the Devers!" Everyone's expression changed at the same time. The king of Dionia is here. The invincible king of Dionia. During this period of time, due to the war between Rome and Dionia, the people of Rome began to seriously learn about the kingdom of Dionia. Of course, most of them were rumors about the king of Dionia. Ever since this mercenary king came to Greece more than 10 years ago, He had defeated the strong many times and led only a little more than 1,000 mercenaries to establish the powerful kingdom of Dionia today. This was simply a miracle. Now that the person who created this miracle might be in front of them, how could these Rome generals not feel nervous? Especially Meges, who was in the front of the army. He could clearly see the two raised golden flags behind the enemy's formation. They were extremely dazzling under the sun. He even felt a little weak in his legs. But the army had already spread out and the soldiers were advancing. How could they retreat at this critical moment? Moreover, the previous victories of Dionia did not come from Rome. These three Rome generals who had not fought with the Dionysian army before believed that the brave Roman soldiers were different from the warriors of the city-states and races who had lost to the Dionysian army in the past. And they had to believe so at this moment. So, the bugle was blown again. The high-pitched bugle not only excited the soldiers, but also drove away the uneasiness in the generals' hearts. Devers stood quietly at the back of the army formation and looked at the Rome army in front of him. His heart was stirred. Although the Rome army was different from the Rome army that he had seen on TV and in the movies in his previous life, this was the first time he saw the Rome army in this life. These Rome soldiers who had conquered the entire Mediterranean Sea in his previous life were holding long shields and spears. The whole army was like a burning fire, sweeping towards the Dionia army at high speed. On the other hand, the Dionia army stood still like a towering mountain. The color of their armors and shields was as cold as the night, sending chills down people's spines. The colors of red and black were so distinct that the bloody and heroic sparks would be created when they collided on this piece of land. Devers subconsciously touched his chin with his hand. As the Rome army approached, their shouts were thunderous, and the ground was trembling. Even the war horses under the Devers and the people who accompanied them to watch the battle began to feel uneasy. They swayed their limbs and kept snorting. Clodo Catax, who was about to witness the first large-scale battle in his life, clenched his fists tightly. He looked nervous, but he still tried his best to open his eyes wide and look at the Rome army that gave him a lot of psychological pressure. Chapter 768. At this moment, the originally silent Dionia army began to move. The light infantries of the legions quickly rushed forward and launched the first round of attacks on the advancing Roman soldiers with javelins and arrows. The cavalry legions on the two flanks began to move forward and soon collided with the Roman cavalry. After a while, the cavalry legion defeated the small number of Roman cavalry and continued to chase after them. The light infantries also successfully retreated to the rear of the army. Prepare the javelins. The orders of the officers sounded one after another in the long battle formation. The Roman soldiers who had some understanding of the Dionia's tactics raised their long shields in the face of the rain of javelins. After 2 rounds of javelins, the Dionia soldiers charged forward and collided with the Roman soldiers. The sound of battle became the only sound in this world. Clodo Catax felt as if he had stopped breathing. His eyes were wide open, and his vision penetrated through the pervading dust and mist. The scenes of the fierce battle were reflected in his mind. He looked a little nervous, but also a little excited at the same time. Beside him were the kingdom's advisor Tormid, the court clerk Henneborus, the Legio IV Legion commander Olivers, the 5th Legion commander Georges, and so on. These generals who participated in this expedition were paying close attention to this battle. They all knew that the Devers attached great importance to Rome. That was why they came to watch this battle in advance, to understand the combat strength of the Roman soldiers, so that they could make the right judgment in future battles. The heavy infantries in the front were still in a fierce stalemate. Scouts had rushed over to report. The 1st Cavalry Legion has completed the pursuit and is returning to attack the enemy's right flank. Report. The 2nd Cavalry Legion is attacking the rear of the enemy's left flank. After listening to the report, the Devers gently patted the war horse's neck and said, Amintas, after the Rome army is defeated, you must boldly chase after them. You must completely disperse them and drive them to the south so that they can't stop us tomorrow. If you can take down Lavinium, your troops won't have to build a camp anymore. You could spend a night there so that the soldiers can rest well. Yes, your majesty. Amintas bowed in response. After the Devers returned the greeting, they turned their horses around and rode towards the beach. The palace guards followed closely behind. Crotocatax looked at the battlefield a few more times reluctantly before leaving. Olivers and Geogories congratulated Amintas before leaving in a hurry. From their point of view, the Legion of Dionysia had blocked the enemy's onslaught from the front and even had a slight upper hand. The cavalry had also circled around to the enemy's flanks. Under such a favorable situation, even if the battle was still going on, victory was not far away. The truth was just as they expected. After the battle lasted for more than 10 minutes, the Roman soldiers began to retreat, and it quickly turned into a rout. The reason why the Roman army was so easily defeated was actually related to the origin of the soldiers. Most of the soldiers were born in the civilian class of Rome. They were assigned to the lands of Valette, Saturnicum, and Antium not long ago. In the past, they were used as light infantry to support the battle. It was only because of the reform of the military system in Rome and the generous assistance of Carthage that the Senate of Rome gave them heavy infantry equipment and began to train them as heavy infantry. However, it was obvious that the heavy infantry's combat skills and combat experience were lacking. Unfortunately, they encountered a strong enemy in their first battle as the main force. While Amintas led the 1st, 2nd, Legio III, and 2 cavalry legions to chase after the routed soldiers, the King of Devers led the 4th, 5th, and Legio VI, which had assembled on the beach, to march north along the coast. His target was the port of Ostia. As the only port for Rome to conduct sea trade and obtain important supplies, seizing Ostia would not only cut off Carthage's assistance to Rome, but it would also provide a foothold for the Dionia expedition in the Latin region. It would also provide great convenience for the army's logistical supply and material transportation. It was a good thing to kill several birds with one stone. Before the Devers set out, they had already locked onto Ostia as their first target. It had been decades since Ostia became a colonial city of Rome, but it was only in the past 10 years that the Senate of Rome paid attention to it. Due to the establishment of a closer alliance with Carthage, in order to protect the various supplies Carthage provided to Rome, the Senate began to strengthen the defenses of Ostia and the protection of the port under the suggestion of Carthage. Especially after the war with Dionia, the Senate was wary of the strength of the Dionysian fleet, so they even sent more garrisons to Ostia. But they never expected that Dionia would lead the army to attack at this moment, bypassing Rome's defense system on land and directly attacking Ostia from the sea. Therefore, when the Devers' army arrived outside Ostia, there were only 3,000 soldiers defending the city. They had already received news of the enemy's attack in advance. While they sent messengers to Rome for help, the soldiers were also ready to defend. But when they saw the large number of Dionysian army outside the city, they could not help but feel terrified. The defending general encouraged them loudly, "Citizens, it's getting late. The enemy's attack will not last long. Show your courage and repel the enemy's attack. Tomorrow, Rome's reinforcements will arrive." His words greatly encouraged the Roman soldiers. It was already afternoon, and there was not much time left for Dionia to attack the city. So when the 3 legions of Dionia entered their predetermined positions and quickly spread out, the Devers gave the order to attack without any delay. Although the Devers brought a team of more than 500 engineers with them this time, due to the lack of time, they did not have the time to build large-scale siege equipment. The ready-made siege equipment was only a few dozen ballistae and countless scaling ladders that came with the ships. After the engineers quickly assembled them, these ballistae were pushed to the front of the formation and bombarded the city wall. For a time, stone bullets whistled in the air, and the city wall roared continuously. Stone shards flew everywhere. The Roman soldiers, who had never experienced such a situation, hid behind the battlements in fear. They did not dare to move, and their morale was low. After the continuous bombardment for more than 10 minutes, a loud bugle sounded, and the attack of the ballistae stopped. As soon as the Roman soldiers breathed a sigh of relief and carefully poked their heads out of the city wall, they saw the black mass of Dionia's siege troops 100 meters away from the city wall. Accompanied by a deafening roar, they were like a raging tide, roaring toward Ostia from the east and south. Citizens, the enemy has attacked. Their ballistae will stop throwing stones. Keep your spirits up, take your weapons, and teach them a good lesson. Let them taste the power of Rome. The defending generals kept shouting to encourage the soldiers. The Dionia's ballistae did not fire any more stone bullets, which made them feel a little relieved. Archers, get ready to shoot. The officers of the Roman team also began to give orders. The reason why the ballista troops did not adjust the angle of elevation of the ballista mounts and let the stone projectiles fly over the city walls and bombard the city was that there were many port warehouses in Ostia. Divers was worried that they would be damaged and affect their future use. The Dever sat at the back and watched the battle calmly. Clotocatax could not sit still. After getting his father's permission, he rode forward and got closer to the battlefield, so he could see more clearly. Of course, Marcius and some of the palace guards followed him closely to ensure his safety. Siege warfare was different from positional warfare. Although the scale of the positional battle was grand and the sounds of killing were earth-shattering, it was difficult to clearly see the casualties on both sides due to the obstruction of the line of sight. Siege warfare was different. Soldiers on one's own side fell from the top of the city wall. Soldiers climbing the scaling ladders were smashed by javelins or stones, and even the entire scaling ladders were pushed down. These scenes could be clearly reflected in Clotocatax's eyes. The continuous appearance of these scenes made him feel even more heartache. He tightly clenched his fists and repeatedly muttered in a low voice, "Charge! Attack quickly! Hades, please bless them to occupy the top of the city wall." But Hades obviously did not respond to the prayers of his descendant. Clotocatax was frightened for a while and did not dare to watch. He looked back at the Devers sitting still under the flag in the distance, and then his eyes swept to the Legio, for that was still in formation not far away. He could not help but ask doubtfully, "Why don't you send Legio 4 to attack immediately and increase the strength of the siege?" Marcius explained, "Ostia is a small city. It can't accommodate too many soldiers to attack. If we send all of them, it will cause crowding and increase the casualties." Clotocatax was a reserve soldier of the Legion, and he also worked in the Ministry of Military Affairs for a year. Of course, he knew that Legio 4 was known as the best legion in Dionia. At this time, he could only stomp his feet anxiously. "If I knew this would happen, I would have sent Legio 4 to attack first." Clotocatax could question his father's military arrangement, but the loyal Marcius certainly could not continue to say anything. He could only comfort him softly. Attacking a city takes a lot of time. The battle has just begun. The defense of the Rome is still very tenacious. We can't be too anxious. I believe that His Majesty will have a clear tactical arrangement for Legio. For really? Clotocatax's eyes lit up. Of course, His Majesty never fights a battle that he is not sure of. Although Marcius did not know the specific battle plan, he was obviously full of confidence in the King of Devers. Literary Library. Chapter 769. While the siege was in full swing, the Third Fleet, led by Mytilades, sailed to the mouth of the Tiber River and approached the port of Ostia. The Romans had already sealed off the port of Ostia with iron chains, and the archers in the watchtowers fired fire arrows at the warships approaching the port as a deterrent. The Third Fleet bypassed the port, and then the warships docked on the south bank of the Tiber River. Ostia was shaped like a rectangle. Its long western side was against the coast and had walls. If Dionia wanted to attack from this direction, they could only do so through the sea. It was too difficult, so the Dionysian army concentrated their attack on the east and south sides, while the short northern side of Ostia was the port. Why did Ostia not build a city along the Taipei River? Logically speaking, this was more conducive to the lives of the people in the city, whether it was to work in the fields or to fetch water. That was because there was a large lagoon on the east side of the port. It was formed when the Tiber River overflowed year after year. This oval lake, about 300 meters from north to south and more than 200 meters from east to west, had long become a part of Ostia. Even the people of Ostia specifically left enough mudflats by the lake and the city so that when the Taipei River overflowed and connected to the lagoon, the houses would not be flooded. Since the war with Daionia, although the Senate was not too worried about the safety of Ostia, they still listened to the suggestion of Carthage and built a short breakwater at the part of the lagoon closest to the Tiber River. The main purpose was to prevent Daionia from pushing their warships across the riverbank, which was only a dozen meters long, through the lagoon and into the city. This was just a precautionary measure by Carthage. But this time, the Dionysian fleet really came, and their warships sailed east along the riverbank. After bypassing the newly built breakwater, the warships docked at the south bank of the Tiber River. The fleet infantrymen disembarked, each carrying a large wooden board. Under the command of the team officers, the 2,800 fleet infantrymen assembled. The Third Fleet had a total of 70 Raven warships. After advancing quickly for a few hundred meters, they came to the lakeside and placed the wooden board in the water. On top of it were helmets, wooden shields, leather armors, and short swords. Wearing only leather armor and leather sandals, they held the sides of the board with their hands and floated on the water, using their legs as oars to paddle forward. Swimming less than a mile across the lake was a very easy task for the fleet infantrymen who were proficient in the water and had strict training in this area. When the citizens of Ostia realized that the lagoon where they usually used to drink and swim was filled with enemies, they screamed in fear, hoping that the guards would stop them from coming ashore. But the vanguard of the fleet infantrymen had already reached the shore. They quickly put on their helmets and picked up wooden shields and short swords. The slippery, muddy beach was difficult to walk on, but it was not a difficult task for the fleet infantrymen, who were mostly fishermen and had been playing on the shore since they were young. Not only did they move freely, but they also gradually formed a formation as they moved. By the time the commander of the defenders received the news, the fleet infantrymen had already reached the shore, and the city was in chaos. Although the fierce attack of the Dionysian army had tightened the defense of the city, the commander of the Roman army had to squeeze out a small number of troops to the city to stop the advance of the fleet infantrymen and avoid being attacked from both sides. But in fact, it was like drinking poison to quench thirst. The scouts who had been observing the movements of the defenders quickly reported the changes of the enemy to the king of Devers. Without hesitation, he ordered the rested Legio IV to immediately join the siege team. This was the last straw that broke the camel's back. At dusk, the Daionia army captured Ostia. At the same time, the hurried sound of horse hooves broke the silence of the city of Rome at dusk. In addition, the messenger on the war horse shouted, "Urgent military news! Urgent military news!" so that the people on the street would make way in advance to avoid accidental injuries. This naturally caused many people in Rome to be confused and panicked. What happened? Could it be that Camillus has failed? Don't talk nonsense. How could Camillus fail? I think it must be our army that captured Furentium. If it was a victory, the messenger just now would have announced it to us. There is no need to rush to the Senate in such a hurry. Just as the people in Rome were discussing, the messenger rode through the square and pushed open the door of the Senate. At this time, the senators of Rome were preparing to leave the meeting and go home to rest. Suddenly, they heard the news that the Daionia army was coming from the sea and was about to land on the coast of Latin. They were shocked. These days, the main business of staying in the Senate was to listen to the progress of the war between the Rome army and the Hernici. Just when they were eager to hear the news of the final victory, they did not expect to hear the news that the Daionia army had launched an attack on them. Were the Daionia not now fighting against Carthage in Sicily? Were they not defending against the Simonians? The first reaction of many senators in Rome when they heard the news was disbelief. Compared to the shock of most senators, Potitus appeared to be a little calmer. He asked loudly, "Where is the Dionysian army landing? Are you sure?" The messenger replied, "General Paulus has sent scouts to track along the coast. I believe there will be news soon." While thinking, Potitus muttered to himself, "Adam, it is too close to Anium. Our army can easily disrupt the landing of the Daionia army." The coast of Lavinium, it is possible. There are not many citizen soldiers in this small city. Before he finished, Abinius shouted, Ostia is not far from Lavinium. Ostia, the target of Dionia's attack, is most likely Ostia. There was a sudden exclamation in the meeting hall. The senators of Rome were not useless people. Most of them had participated in many city-state affairs and foreign wars before they became senators. Of course, they could understand how great the loss of Ostia was to Rome, and how much help it would be to the Daionia if they gained Ostia. Ostia has 3,000 soldiers defending it. When Paulus, Meges, and Pantius discover the anomaly, they will definitely gather their troops and rush over to stop them. The situation should not be that bad. Lucretius comforted the crowd. The previous battle has already told us that the Daionia soldiers are very strong. According to the messenger's report, the number of the Daionia army that is about to land is probably more than the number of soldiers we have sent to the border of Wolsey. In addition, the 10,000 Daionia reinforcements that were originally in Wolsey are rushing over to help them land. We must be prepared for the worst. I am afraid that Paulus and the others will not be able to stop them from landing, and Ostia is likely to be attacked by them. The cautious Potitus reminded them loudly. Even if they can land successfully, they will not be able to take down Ostia in such a short time. We still have a chance. Apuleius said loudly. His words were immediately echoed by many of the elders. Yes, not only did they misjudge the situation, but Daionia had also boldly led the army to attack from the sea again, bypassing the heavily defended towns of Rome and raiding its defenseless hinterland, rendering the southwest defense strategy that they had set up useless. Of course, they did not want Daionia to seize Ostia again. That would only make them regret it even more. I am afraid that the army led by Paulus and the others is already fighting with Daionia. I believe we will get news of the situation tonight. Ambrosius reminded the crowd not to waste their energy on blind guesses. He said in a deep voice, "What we need to do now is to send someone to inform Camillus immediately." I don't agree with you. It is already dark outside, and it is difficult to ride in the dark. The terrain of the Tullarus Valley is uneven, and there are still remnants of the Hernisae wandering in the wild. If we send someone to inform Camillus at this time, it is very likely that they will lose their lives before they see him. Losing their lives is a small matter, but if they fall into the hands of the Helnici and their allies and let them know that the Dionians are invading, their morale will be greatly boosted, and it will cause trouble for Camillus when he leads his army to retreat in the future. Publius Cornelius Scipio immediately objected. Many of the elders thought that his words made sense. At this time, a loud voice sounded in the hall. No matter how difficult it is, we must send someone to inform Camillus tonight and let him lead the army back as soon as possible. Potitus spoke in a resolute tone. He looked around at the people in the hall with a solemn expression. Elders and newcomers, I just thought of a very serious problem. In my decades of life, war has always been as unpredictable as the temperament of a god. Whenever you think that the situation is bad, the truth will become even worse. We must consider the possibility that the Dionysian army will attack Rome tomorrow. There was another uproar in the hall. Even if the Daionia took the risk of bypassing Rome's defenses on land and raiding the colonial city of Ostia, would they have the guts to invade the interior of the Latin region alone? How could they attack the city of Rome when they were surrounded by enemies? Although many senators were shocked by Potitus' speculation, they were completely skeptical. First of all, Ostia alone would take them a lot of time. Chapter 770. For the sake of Rome's safety, it is always right to be cautious. Most of the citizens of Rome have been deployed to attack the Hernisae, and we only have 3,000 young and strong citizens stationed in Rome. It does seem like we are lacking in manpower. Ambrosius took over the conversation and raised his concerns. He took the initiative to propose, I suggest that we immediately mobilize the citizens above the age of 50, and at the same time, arm the civilians and freedmen in the Aventine Street, referring to the famous slums in Rome at this time. Together, we will defend Rome until Camillus returns with his army. When the meeting is over, I will immediately look for Cassius, the chief of the city guards, and we will complete this task together. Although many of the senators expressed doubts that Dionia would immediately attack Rome, they still agreed to the proposal for the sake of safety. Some even suggested that they should also immediately send someone to contact the surrounding Latin allies and ask them to send their citizens to help defend Rome. But some people objected. Most of the citizens of the Latin allies have followed Camillus to attack the Hernici. Where would they have extra soldiers to help us? I am afraid that when they know that Dionia has invaded Latin, they will ask us for help. This proposal was eventually left unsettled. At this time, Abinius sighed. According to the previous battle reports, Camillus has been leading the army to attack Fiorentum for some time. This is the most critical moment. If we ask him to retreat now, I am afraid that all the previous efforts will be in vain. Many people sighed when they heard this. The Hernici were about to be wiped out, and that land would belong to Rome. How could they be willing to give up when they were so close to success? Camillus's enemy, Apuleius, took the opportunity to stand up and accused senators and newcomers. As the dictator of Rome, Camillus leads an unprecedented 70,000 troops and consumes a huge amount of food every day. So far, he has not been able to conquer Fiorentum and completely destroy the Hernici forces. He has also put Rome in such a dangerous situation. He must be responsible for this. We should not let him retreat first, but urge him to take Fiorentum within these 2 days and then quickly return to Rome, so that we do not waste the supplies that we have been frugally providing for the army. If Camillus can't do it, after we have repelled the Dionia, we should consider whether or not to punish him. Apuleius's words moved some senators. This made Potitus very angry, because if Apuleius's proposal was approved, it meant that his suggestion of letting Camillus lead the army back as soon as possible was likely to be shelved by the Senate. So he angrily accused Apuleius. "You are putting Rome in danger." Although Potitus was a man of virtue and prestige, Apuleius finally found an opportunity to accuse Camillus, so he went all out. He retorted loudly. According to Ambustus's plan, we can organize nearly 10,000 troops to defend the city tomorrow. With such sufficient defensive power, I have never heard of any force that can take down a city in one day, let alone Rome, which can accommodate more than 100,000 people. We must be confident that we can hold on until Camillus returns with his army. What's more, this is just my lord's speculation. There is a greater possibility that the Dionia will not attack Rome immediately. After all, it is a great risk. And for this small possibility, we have to give up a great opportunity to wipe out the Hernici and gain a new colony. I don't think this is a wise move, and it will not do us any good in Rome. It is precisely because the Dionia army has invaded Latin that the other races that hate Rome will inevitably jump out to fight against us again. Only by wiping out the Hernici and severely weakening the Walsi's power can we focus on our greatest enemy, Dionia. Apuleius's words were reasonable, and Potitus was speechless for a moment. At this time, Maruginus, who was also sitting in the ivory chair in the front row of the hall, spoke. Apuleius is right. Urging Camillus to wipe out the Hernici as soon as possible will be beneficial for us in the war against the Dionia. Originally, many senators were very tempted by Apuleius's suggestion, and Maruginus' support made them even more determined. This was because Maruginus was also a very senior senator in the Senate. He was about the same age as Potitus, and he had also served as a consul several times, less than Potitus. It was only because when the Celts attacked Rome, he did not stay and defend Capitoline Hill, but retreated early. This became a stain on his political career. Therefore, after the reconstruction of Rome, he was relatively low-key in the Senate, but this did not mean that his influence was small. After all, his full name was Publius Cornelius Maruginus, and he was the most important representative in the Senate of Rome's wealthy Commonelius clan. Despite the opposition of senators such as Potitus and Ambrosius, in the end, the Senate passed Apuleius's proposal to urge Camillus to take Fiorentum within 3 days and then quickly lead the army back to reinforce Rome. Potitus looked at Apuleius, who had a smug look on his face, and his heart was filled with hatred. He knew that Apuleius seemed to be thinking for Rome, but in fact, he was taking revenge for a personal grudge. Because whether Camillus captured Furinorum within the stipulated time or not, he would not have a good time. Because even if he completed the task and Rome was attacked, the people would resent him as a dictator for not being able to protect Rome. After the war, he was likely to be accused in the citizens' assembly. And if he ignored the Senate's order and returned in time to reinforce Rome, he would offend the senators who were eager to expand Rome and gain more benefits. Seeing that even a veteran senator like Lucretius had expressed his support for Apuleius's new proposal, Potitus calmed down. He sat back in his seat and closed his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. Sure enough, the final candidate for the messenger by the senators was Malugius, the chief of the city guards. His full name was Malugius Cornelius Scipio, and he belonged to the same clan as the old senator Maruginus. It was obvious who he would listen to. When Potitus learned of this result, he only snorted coldly. After the election, the venue fell into a brief silence. Ambustus took the opportunity to request to go to Rome to mobilize for war, and his request was approved. Apuleius also left the venue to inform the chief of the city guards, Malugius, to carry out the Senate's decision. The other senators continued to sit in the venue and even began to contact their servants to bring them dinner. Obviously, they were prepared to continue the discussion until night. After all, would the people of Dionia land? Would they fight with the army led by Paulus and the others? Would they really want to capture Ostia? All these needed to be confirmed, so they were waiting for more news to come back from the West Coast.